This time we'll reconvene the meeting on December 21st, 2015. We have Mr. Jackson Bloom from Boy Scout Troop 455. That's going to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Want to come on down?
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bloom. All right, roll call, please.
Mayor Velasquez.
Here.
Council members Clower.
Here.
Gomez.
Here.
Friend.
Present.
Luna. City Manager Avera.
Present.
City Attorney Sullivan.
Present.
Chief of Police Westrick.
Present.
And City Clerk Graves. Present.
Thank you very much. Verification of agenda posting. Is there a verification, Mr.
Yes, sir.
City Clerk?
The agenda for the City Council of the City of Hollister regular meeting of December 21st, 2015 was posted on the bulletin board at City Hall on December 16th, 2015 at 4:59 p.m. per Government Code Sections 54954.2.
Thank you very much. City Attorney, anything to report out from closed session?
Yes, on item number one, the conference with labor negotiator. Labor negotiator briefed the council on a contract that has been presented, or he's considering for presentation, and he's sought your input. On item number two, conference with legal counsel, myself, I was given direction in proceeding against a party.
Thank you very much. Tonight we have two presentations. One, the first is for the Gang Prevention Policy Committee 2015 update. There you are.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members, all the city staff, and the members of the public. I'd just like to do a brief overview of the Gang Prevention Policy Committee and then present some recognition slides. My name's Al DeVos. I'm the Gang Prevention Coordinator through the Probation Department. I'm just waiting for there we go. So the Policy Committee is comprised of a partnership between the City of Hollister, San Benito County, Hollister School District, and the San Benito County Office of Ed. We have, there we go. We have three different levels in the hierarchy. We have the Policy Committee that sets policy across the agencies, and we work to drive policy and budgeting. We have a Management Committee. Those are my people. They're the ones that really give me some guidance and advice, and then the staff, which is myself and the secretary. Now I probably hit too much there. So our goals for this year, coming into 2016, our strategic priorities are areas that really are known to have a big impact on gangs. And we have some more specific items I'd like to go in when you guys have a shorter agenda. But our main priorities coming this year are really strengthening families, increasing student safety at school and student engagement, and then helping promote literacy throughout our community. This slide is interesting because I think it reflects a little bit of where we've been and where we're going. So what it is, it's from the California Healthy Kids Survey. It's administered in the high school for 9th grade and 11th grades every 2 years. So you'll see the first time periods, 2009-10 school year, 2011-12, and 2013-14. The different color lines, the blue line, which is the highest one, that's for our non-traditional school, so that's Pinnacle School and Santa Ana School. The purple line, that's for 11th graders at San Benito High School, and the green line is for 9th graders at San Benito High School. And what it is, it's self-reports of students to the question, do you consider yourself to be involved with a gang? So this is self-identification by students. In 2009, which is the year that we actually started the policy committee, this is our 6-year anniversary, our gang self-admitted reports of gang membership were much higher than they are now. I think that the 9th grade, that green line, is an indicator of the impact of some of the things we've started doing in the elementary schools around school safety, with the GREAT program, things we did around our bullying and violence prevention, and a lot of our community outreach that we've done just about being aware of gangs and making it so that youth don't want to be involved in gangs. So It's not conclusive, but I think it's very promising information. And as we move into the future with our school resource officers, now we have several of them that are going to be out there helping with our great program. I expect over time we'll have a bigger impact. So I would like to thank all of the people that support our efforts. We have meetings sometimes the same week as your city council meeting. They have to come to all of our meetings. So if I can just have the following people come down from our policy committee, it would be Mickey Luna, Ray Friend, and our alternate is Mayor Velasquez. If you guys wouldn't mind coming down to the front. And then from the management committee, we have Bill Avera, and then also Chief Westrick. He comes to all of our management committee meetings and helps provide guidance, and I really appreciate that. So I'd like to present all of you guys with certificates. So I just pulled it out there a little bit. So, thank you very much. Yes, Mr. Friend. Thank you very much. Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And let me get Chief here. Thank you. Thank you. And Bill, thank you. So all of them have on that certificate, aside from the recognition, they all have a small copy of that graph with the data we have there just to show that where we are now. And the Healthy Kids Survey gets administered this year again, so we'll have another data point on that for next year. So with that, thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that update. All right, tonight we also have the Mexican consulate here, Carlos Ponce Martinez. Oh, Jorge Agras.
Right, thank you.
Sorry about that.
No, that's fine. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. My name is Jorge Agras. I'm the Mexican consul. I'm the officer in charge of innovation, entrepreneurship, and technology in Silicon Valley. I come here on behalf of Ambassador Bazañez, who sends his regards from Washington, D.C., and from the Consul General Carlos Ponce, who sends his deepest apologies. He couldn't make it due to prior commitments in his agenda. So I was asked today to give you a very brief presentation about what's going on with the Mexican consulate. So I have a couple of updates. During this holiday season, we have a lot of high volume coming into the consulate. We have about 3 million passport holders traveling to Mexico over the next 2 to 3 weeks. So last week we had over 500 people per day coming for a passport. We're giving passports every 40 minutes. Now the volume has decreased. This week we've been receiving about 100 to 150 passports per day. Because of the holiday season, we are flexibilizing our policy at the border. We're facilitating entry into Mexico, especially for those Mexican passport holders. So we're increasing the amount of purchases from the U.S. that you're allowed to bring into Mexico without paying duty or taxes, which is up to $300. It used to be 75 U.S. dollars. So this will be in effect until January 4th. I also wanted to tell more about the work that we're doing at the Mexican consulate aside from passports. We have two kinds of services. One is protection services. If people feel in danger in some way, the Mexican consulate has a team that gives free advice. We facilitate people who face problems with labor issues, a lot of wage theft that has been happening. So we connect them with lawyers, local lawyers. As you know, diplomats are unable to intervene with local laws. So we facilitate helping the local community find the right help here in the U.S. Also, what we're doing is we're empowering the local community. What we're doing is we're finding that people, especially low-income families of Latin origin, have been working for 10 to 15 years in the same low-paying jobs, let's say in a kitchen or as janitors. So what we're doing is we partner with Microsoft, and we're giving free workshops for people to create their own startup. In this way, over the over the past 4 years, we've been helping 700 people who were in this situation. We've created about 60 new companies, and we've helped them find equity for $3.5 million. So we're talking about people that without this kind of resource or help, they would still be working in these very low jobs, low payment jobs. We also are very deeply involved with education. We found out that the higher salary jobs in the Valley are those in the high-tech sector. So we are giving free coding classes or courses for elementary children, especially low-income families of Latin origin. So we call it coding as a second language, and everybody is invited to participate. It's open to any nationality. You don't have to be Mexican to come to the Mexican consulate. Also, most of our programs that are involved with empowerment, they are open to every single nationality. It's a way of giving back to the local community. We also have a program that is called Counsel for One Day. So because we find that there's a lot of desertion in high school, we want to inspire kids at a very young age. So we've been going to public schools, especially those that have low proficiency rates or academic skills. So we've been selecting through a call of applications 5th graders who show great leadership and academic achievement, and we're giving them a $40,000 trust fund for their college. So this fund is only available if they indeed go to college. If they don't, then that trust will go to another child. We're also giving resources to local universities. We gave $40,000 to the University of Santa Clara, especially to help with Latino programs. And I'm telling you all of this because even though we are farther north, San Benito County is also part of our jurisdiction. And we invite you to become more involved with us. We're only 6 diplomats who are doing all this work, so we're seriously understaffed. We're about 18 people helping 500 people per day for just the passports. So it's very helpful if we have the city hall, if they participate and we can tell them what we're doing, and then we become stronger. Other than that, if people have questions about if they're traveling to Mexico, the laws between countries, they change constantly. Some people assume that just with their driver's license they can go into Mexico. This is no longer the case. You need a passport. It can be an American passport or a Mexican passport. So if you know anybody of Mexican origin that is traveling for the holidays, you can go and get a passport at the Mexican consulate for within 40 minutes the same day. So this is something that I really want people to spread the word so that they don't face any trouble at the border. Or other than that, if you hear of somebody that needs help, that is Mexican, we can help. We have a special fund. If people, for some reason, they've had a really bad chance in life and they're unable to pay the rent, for example, we can pay the rent for one time only in order to help you bounce back into life. So people that face like really dire circumstances, they can always approach us and we'll be flexible to try and help you out. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for coming out today. We'll keep in contact with you. Thank you.
Definitely.
All right, let's move forward to consent agenda. Are there any items council would like to pull?
A6 and A8.
A6 and A8. Any others? I'm going to abstain from item A3. I have a business relationship with the developer. Okay, is there a motion?
Make a motion that we approve the consent calendar as amended.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. 5-0 vote. Item A6.
Yeah, so my main question on this item is just kind of clarification on what an adaptive swing is, because there wasn't like any bids involved with the agenda item, and there wasn't any pictures or.
So the swing the swing that the city is currently looking at purchasing is best described as sort of where a wheelchair is allowed to roll up on a platform. The wheels are then locked into place, and it's more of probably like a 4x4 sled type of thing that kind of just rocks back and forth. I think the one that Mike has shown me two. One has two swings. One is just one larger kind of section. The swing itself doesn't move very far, it doesn't look like, but it will be placed on the southernmost part of the playground where sort of the ADA accessible area is. So it'll be easy for them to obviously access. The city also constructed new ADA parking spots up on the hill adjacent to the restrooms. So we're in complete compliance up there from an ADA aspect. The cost of $15,000 is sort of an amount that we'll attempt not to exceed for the purchasing and the installation of the swing. So the manufacturer hasn't been selected yet. We just kind of were looking at a few different ones.
Okay.
Also, to add to that, I had talked to Mike about it, since it's a playground for young people that are handicapped, for the wheelchair especially, but also he was going to look into having the swing for the parent and infant or child that can swing together. I think he was trying to accomplish both of those at the same time.
Okay.
All right. Any other questions? Is there a motion?
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, we have some public comment on this
There's a
item.
public comment on it?
Yes, sir.
From?
I have a card from
Okay.
Mr. Snow. Keith Snow, who wrote on the card, didn't we talk about this before? I am for the parks and schools, but let's be more observant, shop around more.
And I'm for the ADA and all that, disabled. So I wanted, like, in our budget, so I mean, one thing about shop around, and doing construction and all that, and installation and all that, in the California Association and all that. So have you guys look in that part, and like we can look online, see like $50,000 for that, so gonna see if anyone, special one for the person in the mom or anything or whatever with it. So that's looking like more money. What you guys have spent there? But if you could like look around, have you guys shot around or looked online for the management, like Mike Chambers or city manager Bill? So I mean the point is right. You guys constantly looked online. So I mean help the budget and all that, or is it grant or anything? I mean at some point, you know, we always dip in the fund. So point is, have you guys ever did that? Shut down and all that? I didn't thought about. Thank you.
Any other speakers?
No, sir.
Okay. Is there a motion?
I move to approve A6.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. Move to item A8.
Yeah, so on this one, just want to know how many hours per week this is going to end up being, and then if they're going to be set hours, or is it appointment by appointment, or just kind of want to go with more background on that.
So this will be a part-time employee, and it will be set hours for the fingerprinting service. The idea is for us to have the ability to do that with our registrants, with our all of our applicants, our explorers, our volunteers. It's envisioned that we would also do all the PAL volunteers as well within our office. It looks like it will more than offset the cost of the employee, actually quite easily, actually, since the equipment is all free and the service is all free. And the idea is that we'll probably have the lowest fees, probably in the region.
So is it about 10 hours, 15 hours?
No, it'll be 20 hours a week.
20 hours a week?
Yeah.
Okay. That's all.
Is that it? Any comment cards?
Yes, sir. I have one from Mr. Snow, who writes, what are they going to improve for 98.5? I believe Mr. Snow was commenting on A10, not A9.
Yeah. And one thing too, I want 20 hours. I mean, like, what kind of offers we got? Because we have 3 school offers for the kids. And so, like, now we're doing another officer. I mean, like, another queen for what they're trying to do. But it's being like how much money is it, what kind of salaries this officer is, right, that we can get, and, like, more about that finance part. So that point is like, I'm going to get more. When you guys put an agenda, kind of like put more detail, blueprint, like pattern. So then as people, since you know more we're going for it. Because like how I say, the last thing I could talk about, guys don't key anyway. So whatever anyone says, no key on there anyway. So like, key, and I know you guys talk when Mark talks about things. So like, 2 hours of money more doesn't cost. You guys gonna pay? The city gonna pay for this? See, that's what I'm saying. I feel discriminatory because for a fact it's more Richmond, right? You guys see that. They see manager talks, income, Gomez, and all that guys talk. So I mean, the point is, right? Do you know Wayne Westrick talks very important? And I'm more rich on keys now. So the point is, right? Do you know how much money this office costs the city? Huh? See? I still
So I'm sorry, Mr. Sons, you're asking the question,
And
how much is it going to cost the city?
And how much it costs a grant or this officer?
The cost of the officer is $16,800 a year. Most of that, if not all of it, will be offset by the revenues created by having a person there doing the using the system, the fingerprinting system, and helping the public make it more accessible for the public. Is that correct, Chief?
Yeah, I think.
Yeah, that's correct. So it'll be set times.
Set times.
And you figure 20 hours a day, that's on 24 hours, 24-hour shift. So you figure 20 hours. I figured that figure you got there for this officers is more from where you're saying there. Because I know my math, I know about employees, about hiring, and all that. So you figure 20, you can take this hours of being is shift 20 hours per day, right? Or per month.
This is for a non-sworn employee that works part-time, 20 hours a week.
All right.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
All right.
That's good. I'm bored.
Okay. Is there a motion?
So move. Second.
Motion second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. 5-0 vote. Move to item. There's no business on item B. C, public input. This portion of the agenda is where a member of the public may address the City Council relating to any item within the City Council's jurisdiction that is not on the agenda. If the subject relates to an agenda item, the speaker should address the City Council at that time. The item is considered. Oral comments are limited to 3 minutes per person with a maximum of 30 minutes per subject. Speaker cards will be available in the council chambers and are to be completed and given to the city clerk prior to discussion. When the city clerk calls your name, please come to the podium, state your name for the record, and speak to the city council. Please note that state law prohibits the city council from discussing or taking action on any item not on the agenda. Do we have any speakers?
Yes, sir, we do. The first speaker is Jennifer Lane.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council members and staff. I'm Jennifer Lane from the San Benito County Arts Council. I'm the Executive Director. And first, I'd like to thank City Council for their recent grant for our work. The grant funding will go to starting a pilot program at the Juvenile Hall, a 4-month program, as well as starting phase 2 of the utility box mural program that we collaborated on last year. So thank you so much again for making the arts a priority. I'm here tonight to get some, or ask for some guidance from City Council on developing or updating a public art policy for the city. So because of the utility box project, there's been a lot of interest and a lot of community building that has come around public art. And there's a very, very old, outdated public art ordinance that sort of helped streamline the process and create a process for reviewing artwork and that kind of thing. But it names outdated agencies. It names the old San Diego County Arts Commission that no longer exists. So we're looking for support to develop a new policy, hopefully with some help from city staff. And we have a few examples that we're looking to. One is from the city of Morgan Hill. It's very simple, and it just kind of puts a process in place for looking and reviewing and approving public art.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, the next speaker is Keith Snow, who has written on his card on the expenditures. Why does it say 4th of July rally, workman's comp for $365? What is that for? Number 2, will there be any DUI checkpoints? Number 3, is anything being done to prevent the child care molestation incident? What measures is the police and city doing to keep our children safe? There should be a thorough check and workshop or awareness program to help the parents and kids.
And another one too, that I talked to Westbrook, I mean, he said you guys are doing checkpoints, slants, right? We need to work on creating, like I told him, creating locally, because I go at them a lot. And today, almost 4 people says, do our drivers. So, and not here today, I travel a lot. So, points, right? And another one, I want to talk about, there's a daytime Ramirez, I lost their name, by daycare. And there's molestation. There was no feedback on there. And then another one too, when Ray Prince said no, it's get back today on the agenda, suspensory, work it out with suspensory. Ray Prince mentioned that. That's me for this agenda. Then like Josh, when we Wednesday can do something, he's vice mayor. See what we can do, because see, that's creating revenue there. You know, dispensaries, that's on the next ballot. So, our kids hurting, and one thing too, that I put last time, our kids has I Google it, and when you Google it, do you know that the kids on heroin, cocaine, methamphetamine, and the TD, transmitted sexual disease, 100%, ran the headline and all that. They did over the grocery thing, also grocery, to refer to, you know what I'm saying. We need more for the kids. We're failing. Because we had 3 hours in the pigment thing and all, we're hiring another officer. We had 3 police officers. We have, if you look on there, I gave you guys a Ray Friend, Victor Gomez, Mickey, Bill, city manager, a copy of a paper. And he said, yeah, we do warrants comp. So
thank you very much, Mr.
Thanks.
Snow. Thank you.
Next speaker is Marty Miller.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, my name is Marty Miller, and I'm a principal in the Silver Oaks Retirement senior project that I've had a lot of struggles in trying to get to build. And for the last 3 years, I think I've spoken to all of you, I've been unsuccessful in getting financing to do the construction. And I've also tried to put the project up for sale, and I can't find a developer. It's been up for sale for 1.5 to 2 years, and I cannot convince another developer to go in and do the project. And the argument comes down to the same thing pretty much over and over again, and that is the combination of building a age-restricted project in Hollister is too risky, both for the banks and other developers. And what I'm told is if the age restriction is removed, the project would be able to move forward, either with financing, which I would prefer because I've been working on this project for 17 years. I'd like to see it built. That would be my first choice. Second choice would be to sell it to a developer that has more financial wherewithal than I do, or joint venture with that developer so that the project moves forward and Hollister gets the senior project. And I've also done my homework, and it turns out that there's actually 2 submarkets for senior housing. One is where there is a specific age restriction, and one where there isn't. And just removing the age restriction does not mean that the project isn't still for seniors. It's been designed for seniors, and I'm not proposing to change it in any way. We're going to be focused on seniors with this project. And all I'm asking for you tonight is to put me on an agenda, hopefully in January, to discuss the issue and be able to talk about it in far more detail. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Reed Sanders.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, and audience. Well, first off, happy holidays, and congratulations on seeing the end of 2015 and a bright 2016. My name is Reed Sanders. I'm the district representative for the California State Senate, representing the 12th Senate District on behalf of Senator Anthony Canella's office. Once again, greetings, holiday greetings from the Senator and myself as well. And I'm also up here tonight, aside from usually availing you of the services of the state, to let you know that the Salinas District Office in the 12th Senate District will be observing the holiday season starting close of business on the 23rd, but we'll be attending on January 4th, should you need us, and I will have my email fired up again, so if anybody needs me, feel free to reach out. In the meantime, I will see you in 2016, and happy holidays again.
Thank you very much.
There are no more speakers, Mr. Mayor.
No more speakers. Thank you very much. We'll move forward to item D1, City Manager's Report.
I have nothing to report specifically, but I was wondering if the council would like to direct staff to work with the Arts Commission on a new public arts ordinance. If that is the case, I can just get a shake and nod of the head, and I'll begin doing that. I can work with Jennifer, and we can the old public art ordinance probably can use a little bit of sprucing up. We probably did that at the Planning Commission level 15 years ago or
Yes,
more. So
absolutely.
And then in regards to Mr. Miller's request, is that also something that you would like the council to consider? There is an existing performance agreement with the Silver Oaks project. It was, as he mentioned, it was designed and designated and received allocations as a senior project. So if that's something that you want staff to bring back to you at an agenda, I think it's going to be January 19th, we can do that. So,
Sure.
Okay.
I think so.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's move forward to item E1. It's a public hearing.
Good evening, Council. This item E1 is a staff request to conduct a public hearing and adopt a resolution that would annex the community into Community Facilities District Number 4, the Bella Vista or Bella Central mixed use subdivision. This is the subdivision off of Lad Lane. Has multiple different types of housing and some commercial in it. And what this will do with approval of this will put this project into the CFD number 4. Each and every one of the residential units will be paying through their tax assessments an additional fee for the maintenance of the infrastructure.
Okay.
That's the one behind Kmart, correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
Okay. Go ahead.
So for the CFD, how exactly do you get to the breakdown of how much each unit's going to be paying? Is it based off of the amount of improvements that are on site, or?
It's based on basically yes, it is based on the improvements that were done on site that were within the public rights of way that the public would be responsible for maintaining. This is a mechanism in which the financial impact on the city maintenance forces will be zero or minimal at the most. That this will pay for our forces to go out and maintain the road, any landscaping that may have been identified, pay for street lights, things like that.
Okay, and then so the road that's already been paved, that's a public road, correct?
Yes.
All the way to the western terminus?
Yes.
And is there a gate that's going on that?
No.
Okay, because there was a gate at one point, right?
At one point there was a gate, and when the final phase constructs of that project, as you're going into the project to the right, there's a bunch of apartment complexes. I believe there will be a gate at that location.
Okay,
and that will not be part of the. And they'll pay, each parcel will pay, but it's not a public road going into that.
And so this isn't the right word, but so like the little courts that go to the houses on the right side, those are private and they're going to be covered by the HOA or
that's correct,
some way or another?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. And police and fire are covered in this one or the other facilities?
The
district?
CFD number 2.
Okay. Okay. Any other questions from council?
So the gate comes in right behind the old Robo Bank, right? That part of the complex. It comes off that parking lot.
The gate will only be most likely for the apartment units, and it will be about right beyond that roundabout.
Yeah, there will be no access through the block wall into the Kmart area.
Right. Okay. At this time, I'm going to open it for a public hearing. Do we have speakers?
I have no speakers on file, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
Mr. Snow?
I ain't talking Mary about this project. And then it's on Bivis Drive of Sunset. That's where the project is. To like the kind of up here, you guys know anything about the signs over there where you guys to the Marriott. I don't know. It's about that project. To the point, is this one on Bivis Drive? The farm's right there on this project. Dave, engineer. Is that the one?
This is the project that comes off of Lad Lane. It's an extension of Hillock Drive, and it goes to the west of Lad Lane.
Lad Lane. All right. And so that's over there by Camera, right? Lad Lane?
That's correct.
All right. All right. And then it says, see, is the farm still there existing? And the season to invest with the project, or you guys involved with the project? Or you season invest in 2 million something on the project and now or is this? Or how's that work? Because I asked Mary about that project. this 1 year, and so then more feedback. Or do you guys build the houses or the house? You guys do the paint, or how's that work? The units.
Did you understand his question?
Yeah, I'm looking. I don't know the exact number of units that are on that project.
All right. So like
I'm
next
looking
time,
to see if I have it.
see one thing about when you guys, like I told Mary, when you guys see things when you guys come here on the council meetings, you guys never had nothing.
Mr. Snow, it's not about, it's about, you have questions about the specifics of the project or objections to the project?
Yeah, and they'll be effective and answer questions. Thank you. That's me, but it's not me to read things to involve the answer person. Question they have answers. Thank you. Have a good holiday.
You said 116? 16? Okay, so thank you, Abraham. He got me that information. It's about 106 total units, 63 of which are apartments and 25 are single-family residential. The rest are higher density courtyard units.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other speakers?
No, sir.
Okay, at this time we'll close public hearing. Is there a motion?
One question real quick, Mr. Mayor. So for the CFD process, does it only take place when there's subdivision, or let's say there was existing lot, a vacant lot, would that one have to be adopted in by itself into this CFD?
We're all the vacant land and all the land that's going to be re-subdivided or redeveloped within the city of Hollister falls within the future annex area, the total area for the CFD number 4. At this point in time, it's as we get a subdivision, parcel map. The next one, item E2, is a parcel map. But it's as we get developments coming in, they will be annexed into the project or into that CFD.
So what if somebody who had mixed use downtown, they want to put apartments upstairs? Do they have to go into the CFD?
Actually, I believe the way it is written, it does. As soon as they come to the city council for an allocation or the planning commission for an entitlement, technically, yes, the CFD could apply. And the District 4, which is nice about District 4, is it really only applies to the public improvements that are part of that project. So if we're asking them to do sidewalk modifications or there's some street frontages, we would do that, but it wouldn't be like retention or detention ponds or sound walls or things of that nature. So it would be a far less amount of money per unit.
But
yeah.
Pretty much every unit has to go through the process?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
And as an example, this project, each unit will pay about $203 per residential unit. In the one coming up, that is $71 per residential unit, all based on the amount of infrastructure that is affected.
Thank you.
All right, any other questions from council? Is there a motion?
So move.
Second.
Motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. 5-0 vote. Move to item E2.
Okay, and so this one is basically the same thing. It is for the Del Curto property. It's a 4 parcel map. It's located behind the Veterans Building. It is the parcels that they're putting duplexes on, and so eventually it's going to be a single ownership, four different units. So, like I said, it's basically the same. The value or the tax on this one is $71 per unit, and it's because of the total. I mean, there's not a lot of infrastructure improvements that they're doing there.
Any questions from council? This time, open it Public comment? Any speakers?
Mr. Snow?
We mean $10 per unit. $1. $1,000, $1 per unit.
$71.
So $71. So $71. What are you gonna do for $71?
They're putting in sidewalk improvements, and they did some other infrastructure improvements around the project. So sidewalk, street lights.
I feel that figure is off, because they ain't nowhere real do nothing past $1. And to figure that straight up. But you know, and I know, and no one knows. President as an officer, engineer and deconstruction, and I know I got all tools. I got all kinds of tools in my garage, and Doug's garage. Paint sprayers.
Do you have a question about the project, Mr.
I know,
Snow?
but I'm saying the figure's off. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other speakers?
No, sir.
Any other questions from council? At this time, I'll close public hearing. Any other questions from council? Is there a motion?
So moved. Second.
Motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0 vote. Move forward to item F1.
So I just stay up here, and this is the second reading of a ordinance for parking time restrictions on 3 streets in Hollister. That'd be Flora Avenue, Gateway Drive, and Maple Street. This item was originally introduced on December 7th, and so this is the second reading and adoption of the ordinance. The ordinance is adopted. It'll be come into effect 30 days after the adoption.
Thank you very much. Is there any questions from council? Any speaker cards?
Yes, sir. Mr. Keith Snow.
What is it on the card?
It just says F1 Keith. There's nothing else you wrote on it.
I know I put ordinance. I said, doing this ordinance before. I mean, and I know that when the one with the 7th, we did ordinance about parking, hourly parking, and everything. I mean, already. I hope we okay this right now, and we're wasting time here, change the time, waste the time, cancel the time, because the rapist said they do this all the time. So point is right. Let's get this going. Move on this, to do this right. Thank you.
Do we have any other speaker cards?
There are no more speakers for F1, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, Councilmember Clower.
In terms of enforcing this, will this just become part of the community service officer's route, kind of like the downtown is, or how do we go about enforcing this?
We could, yeah. That'd be easy to do.
Okay.
Councilmember Friend.
On Maple Street, is that only for the 2 blocks from San Benito to the post office? Is that what we're looking at, or is it?
It's
because you have residents.
Yeah, this
down.
This portion of Maple Street would be from San Felipe Road, and it'd go easterly to the west side of Sally Street, which is about 480 feet.
Okay.
Thanks.
Any other questions from council?
Motion to adopt ordinance 1124.
Second.
Motion is second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0 vote. Move
Thank you
forward
very
to
much.
item F2.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. Good evening. The applicant is requesting the City Council to approve a resolution directing staff to make an application to LAFCO for the city to provide sewer service outside of its jurisdictional boundaries to the approved project known as Del Webb at San Juan Oaks. The property is located west of Union Road, about a quarter of a mile south of the intersection with Highway 156, as you can see on the map on the screen. The project would consist of 1,084 single-family homes, of which 1,017 were approved as an age-restricted community, up to 65,000 square feet of neighborhood commercial, up to a 200-room resort hotel, a 100-bed assisted living facility, 41 acres of agricultural preserve, 17 acres of community parks, and 1,243 acres of permanent wildlife habitat, encompassing a total area of 1,994 acres. San Juan Oaks wastewater would be collected on-site via gravity and then conveyed via 2 on-site pump stations along San Juan Oaks Drive, then approximately 1.3 miles via off-site force main along Union Road and San Juan Hollister Road to the City of Hollister's domestic wastewater treatment plant water reclamation facility located just north of San Juan Hollister Road.
At its regular meeting at the November 3rd, 2015, the San Benito County Board of Supervisors certified the final environmental impact report for the San Juan Oaks specific plan. The property is not located within the sphere of influence of the City of Hollister, nor is it contiguous to the city limits. Therefore, annexation of the property is not possible at this time. The draft resolution indicates that the property is within the Hollister Urban Service Area Water and Wastewater Master Plan. However, it is just outside of the west boundary of the urban service area. Therefore, if approval is granted, staff would request that the motion include the phrase, with the correction of the resolution to remove the language that indicates that the property is within the urban service area. The adoption of resolution number 2015-232 will direct staff to make an application to LAFCO for said services. Are there any questions for staff?
Any questions from council? No? Do we have any speaker cards?
Yes, sir. Mr. Keith Snow, who writes on his card, does this come from the fund? I don't think we should do out of jurisdiction. County should deal with this.
And that's the thing, too, that why that jurisdiction has the limits. And then that's the thing. Here we don't get this. You guys to know this, especially Carson real estate agent, right? And Victor's business guy. Reaping us a lot too. And you too, Mayor. So the point's right. Here we gain growth. We got them in Western too. We and Captain Russo, Missy Manager. We got to think about traffic control. Wait till all these other ones where the houses are being built. Been up when I travel out of town, sometimes on Fridays, and it takes me hours and over an hour to go. Come on 101 or go on 25 or Fairview or what's the road over there. So if one's right, we got to figure all the aspects. And you got to figure if it comes out of where the county, wherever, they should pay that. And then you got to figure the sewage. You know what high cost sewage right there, State of California, right? So points right, when do these houses by Jackson House over there, San Juan over there, you figure that's a lot of sewage going in our pump. Right, you want from over there, right? So the point is, right, who's, like we had to do as we do, I think things you guys pass. Us has been paying for this. You guys make decisions, and you guys have to overlook everything. People, right, and you know it's coming today. So points, right? So, are you willing to think back? Because anything I say anyway, don't mean nothing anyway. You guys got an agenda, follow through whatever it is to make, whatever you guys do, you're going to get anything anyway. I'm thinking the growth, travel control, all what I'm trying to take, overlook everything. You guys should do workshops. That's mentioned before. Thank you. Happy holidays.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor and Councilmember Scott Fuller from San Juan Oaks. I apologize for not turning in a speaker card. I will. I just want to let you know that John Johnson from Del Webb and I are here to answer any questions if you have any. Thank you.
Okay. Are there any questions from council?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilmember Gomez?
Sorry, not a question, but more of a statement. And you can go ahead and you don't have to stay standing up, Scott. I haven't had an opportunity. Obviously, I didn't attend the Board of Supervisors meetings, Scott, but congratulations. It's good to hear that this project is moving forward. Unfortunately, under many other circumstances, when we're developing residential development, obviously we have a negative impact on our community. And that's something that we're going to have to figure out, I think, in total, the impacts that residential development has on a bedroom community like the city of Hollister. Obviously, we have a huge impact on schools, transportation, and so on when it comes to general residential development. This isn't necessarily the case with your proposal, with your approved project. So congratulations. I think this is going to be good for our community and hopefully invest some outside dollars to folks that are going to be moving into that community. And then when it comes to the sewer plant, that's exactly what we need. We need to service more people. Our plant was developed and with the projection of a lot more than the folks that are actually using it. And the more folks that we have using our wastewater treatment plant, the lower rates we'll have for our community. So I'm glad to see this is happening, and I'm happy to see that this project in its entirety was supported by the Board of Supervisors. So congratulations. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Any other questions or comments from council? Okay.
Motion to approve Resolution 2015-232.
As amended.
As amended. Thank you.
Second. There's a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0 vote.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor. Who seconded?
Councilman Friend.
Thank you.
Move forward to item F3.
Okay, item F3 is the City Council is being asked to authorize execution of an agreement for the improvements with Apricot Lane Hollister LLP, a Delaware Limited Partnership. Apricot Lane project is a 100-lot subdivision. It's called Apricot Lane Development. It is between Summer Drive, Robert Drive, on Apricot Lane. It was recently annexed to the city of Hollister. This project is currently being graded, and there will be a park dedicated to the city on the west side of the project. So what we're asking is that the subdivision improvement agreement be approved. And then once that's approved, then the final map will be signed, approved, and recorded.
Okay. Is there questions from the council?
Yeah.
Councilmember Clower.
So the acreage that's being set aside as a park, is it just being set aside as a park, or are they building and improving that area?
They are building and improving.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions from council? Okay. Do we have any speaker cards?
Yes, sir. We have one from Keith Snow, who writes on his card, request for contract on this.
What I mean by if it may get spare parts, and we think it is in the city for the city, I'm not kind of with the land developer, right? And see, one thing about this road, like I talked to Dave and I talked to Louis, I talked to city manager before that on the phone. Do I hear it right? And Rippin said, Rossi said before, we had these parts, right? We have the development with the developer, right? In the points, right? It's called maintenance of parts. You guys said before the city were workers over there to get the certificates to do the gopher things are another people to do our parts. Weeds, all the weeds, all that part to save money on budget and all that. So we want to try and get that again, and I say it over and again. Do you know when we ever can do this? Do you know when it ever can happen? Over the weekend, think you can have a good holidays. God bless.
Thank you very much. We have a speaker behind you.
Should I go back up?
No, right here. Come up here and just state your name and address.
Jason Sims. I'm one of the 6 houses that faces your development. That road narrows. I'm wondering, is there any plans to widen that road? 2 cars can no longer pass now when vehicles are parked on the side of the road, and it's legal to park on the side of the road.
You're talking about a property?
I'm talking about the development you're talking about now. I'm the house in the middle that's facing the development you're talking about right now.
Which road, though? What road are you talking about?
Apricot Lane.
Apricot Lane?
Yes, sir.
Yes, Apricot Lane will be widened, and eventually it'll be, as the project to the next on the other side of Apricot Lane develops, when that gets annexed and developed, it will be required to widen the road to the same standards that are already existing.
Good. Thank you for the mic access.
Okay. Thank you very much. Any other speakers? Okay.
No, sir.
Any other questions from council?
I'm going to use this opportunity just to chime in really quick, Mr. Mayor, and say that I'm excited that in the very near future, the Council of Governments will be sending some recommendations to the city and the county for modified traffic mitigation impact fees. And I'm mentioning this because, and I hate to say it, but developments like primarily just like this one will be having a great opportunity to not pay the reasonable rates that should be paid by developers to pay for their traffic impacts. And one of them, yes, I'm going to say it, is Highway 25. So I look forward to that coming before the council. Thanks.
Okay. Is there a motion?
So move.
I'll second that.
Motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Against? Motion carries 5-0 vote.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Move forward to item F4.
Mr. Mayor, this presentation is about 15 minutes. Did you want to do a break?
We'll take that break now.
Okay.
We'll give ourselves a 10-minute break, everyone. Thank you for reminding us. Get back to work so we can get out of here before midnight.
I feel like I'm paying for all my past sins.
I doubt it.
We will move forward to item F4.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Members of the City Council, good evening. Under provisions of Article 10.6 of the Government Code, the City of Hollister is required to periodically update the general plan housing element and forward a draft revision to the California Department of Housing and Community Development, otherwise known as HCD, for review and comment prior to adoption. Jurisdictions that have an adopted housing element found in substantial compliance with state law may opt to use the streamlined update template provided by HCD to show where changes were made in the previously adopted housing element. The City of Hollister qualifies for the streamlined update since its current adopted housing element was found to be in substantial compliance by HCD. That's the 2009-2014 housing element. Staff has had so far 3 public hearings with the Planning Commission and 1 joint City Council Planning Commission public hearing to discuss the housing element update. A summary of the topics covered within the housing element includes site inventory and analysis, analysis of governmental and non-governmental constraints, housing needs assessment including special needs group, units at risk of conversion to market rate, general plan consistency, review of the 2009 housing element, and finally programs, goals, and policies. Tonight we're going to give a brief overview of these and start out with the site's inventory analysis. Some of the information has already been previously provided to you and past public hearings. For the period of 2014 to 2023, the City of Hollister has been given an allocation need of 1,316 new housing units by HCD. The specific need by income group is depicted in the table shown on the screen. As you can see, the units allocated by HCD for extremely low is 156, for very low is 156, for low is 189, for moderate is 258, for above moderate is 557, for a total of 1316 residential allocations. With the units constructed since January of 2014 in the City of Hollister, and with the units under construction right now, and with the list of units approved, the remaining need is 0 for both moderate and above moderate housing, 126 for extremely low, 56 for very low, and 117 for low, as you can see in the table. The City of Hollister has various info sites and other sites that have been annexed into the City of Hollister that can accommodate the remaining need, and all of these are documented in Appendix F and G of the draft housing element that staff is working on. However, as discussed in previous Planning Commission and City Council meetings, the issue is not necessarily providing the sites, especially in this time around that we have the number of 1,316 compared to last time I believe it was 3,050. So the issue is not necessarily this time providing the sites, but rather building extremely low, very low, and low income housing.
I'm sorry, can I ask a question, Mr. Mayor? Just really quick. Sorry,
Sure.
Abraham. So since 2011, since the dissolvement of the redevelopment agency and obviously not having the money for a lot of these extreme low or very low income housing, what has the HCD actually done to sort of help us, but also bring us all into the understanding that, hey, this is going to be a problem in the future?
Yeah, that's an issue. One of the things that we have towards the end of the presentation is a list of goals and policies that we have.
Okay.
At this time, one of those goals is for us to continue partnership with state and federal agencies to provide, hopefully, grants, programs that can help us. In detail, what they have provided so far, I don't have a direct answer for that, but we do have some language in the goals and policies that we would like to implement in our housing element.
Excellent. Thank you.
Sure. This next slide is just the one before, John. Thank you. It's just an overview. The blue colored lots or parcels are those that have been annexed already into the city of Hollister from the county of San Benito, and the green or lime green are annexations in progress. I know it says since 1999, but really most of them are since like 2011 when we did our last property tax exchange agreement between City of Hollister City Council and the Board of Supervisors. And we have in progress about 130 acres or so of residential development, of residential property. A lot of that is not just single-family residential, but also medium density and high density residential. At the Joint City Council Planning Commission meeting that we had on November 19th, Commissioner Torres brought up the point of average median household income at San Benito County being at $81,100 per year for a family of four. This means that a family of four who earns less than $24,350 per year is considered to be extremely low income. A family of four who earns between $24,351 and $40,550 is considered to be very low income. $40,551 and $64,400 is considered to be low income. Between $64,401 and $97,300, moderate income, and $97,301 and above is considered to be above moderate, as you can see in the screen. And also, as you can see in the screen, per the table titled Number of Households in Hollister per Income, close to 60% of households earn less than $75,000 per year. The issue with this, as provided in the example in the screen, is that if the median cost for a single-family home is currently at $499,000, assuming a 10% down payment, which would be $49,900, and an interest rate of 6% with a 30-year fixed loan, the monthly mortgage payment would be $3,493 per month. In order to spend no more than 30% of the income for the house payment, as is recommended by HCD, this would require a yearly income of over $120,000 per year. This is a hardship for a lot of families, especially when close to 60% of the households in Hollister earn less than $75,000 per year. And as you can see, we are moving from the sites inventory category of the housing element to the non-governmental constraints that the cities face in order to meet the housing need. And again, towards the end, we will be providing a list of goals and policies to address these issues. According to the U.S. Census, the median gross rent in 2013 for the city of Hollister was $1,290. As you may all know now, it's changed. The average market rents in 2015 ranged from $1,400 for a two-bedroom unit to $2,500 for a four-bedroom unit. And I know this firsthand. I just recently got married and was looking through, and so it is quite high, and we do have it as a constraint. Out of 10,310 total household residential units in the city of Hollister, per the Department of Finance, 4,205 households are identified as rental households and 6,105 as owner households. Out of these, 1,800 or 42.8% of households who are paying mortgage payments to own are paying more than 30% of their income for housing. Some even more than 50%. 54.3% of renter households are paying more than 30% of their income. This is over half of renters are paying more than 30% of their income for housing, and some even more than 50%. This affects all housing, including special need housing, such as farm workers, single-parent households, the elderly, homeless, and the disabled. In a bit, again, when we get to programs, goals, and policies, we will discuss the goals and policies that the city can commit to do to address these constraints that the city faces in order to meet the housing need. Very briefly, the governmental constraints are basically city construction fees and the process in place for review of subdivisions. The Development Services Planning Division is who processes tentative maps, major subdivisions, minor subdivisions, in the city of Hollister. And pending that a subdivision is exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act, pending that there is no significant unavoidable impacts, the city of Hollister has a pretty good process of processing the application for between 6 to 8 weeks. And this is basic, really brief rundown. We received the application. Staff has a week to prepare staff reports and draft resolutions and send them off to the Development Review Committee, which is composed of all the different departments in the city of Hollister, some in the county, such as engineering, building, public works, police, fire. They all have about a week to review. So that's 2 weeks since submittal of the application. At the end of that second week, we all get together, we have a meeting, and we discuss any issues that we may have on the application and before we consider complete. And if there are any issues, then we give the developer or the applicant 1 week to make any changes to the plans. So that's about 3 weeks. And then we have to submit to, in order for us to submit to for a public hearing for the Planning Commission, we have to submit it to the paper, and that's 1 week. We have to submit it on Mondays for publication on Fridays, and it has to be published 10 days per government code. So that's approximately 6 weeks. So we have it down, and it's a productive 6 weeks. It's not just sitting around, and that's if projects are categorically exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act, meaning no significant unavoidable impacts. If the project does have significant impacts, then we have to do an environmental impact report or an environmental study, and that triggers studies that have to be made, traffic reports, biological studies, cultural studies, noise studies. So that does move the time frame from 6 to 8 weeks to a minimum of 19 weeks, and it could potentially be even up to a year, depending on the process. But nonetheless, the City of Hollister is the lead agency, and we do try to meet all of the requirements per the California Environmental Quality Act. So far, we've gone through the site's inventory analysis of government and non-governmental constraints, housing needs assessments. We just have, we're going to briefly summarize the next 4 categories: units at risk, general plan consistency, the review of the 2009 housing element, and programs, goals, and policies.
Next category will be briefly discuss units at risk of conversion. The listed deed-restricted affordable housing developments in Hollister that are at risk of converting to market rate at this time are 231, which consists of 156 low-income in the Via Luna Hillcrest Apartments and Park Street, 33 units for a senior and very low income at Prospect Avenue, known as Prospect Via 1, and 42 low-income units at Prospect Avenue, known as Prospect Via 2. As mentioned before, we will discuss the goals and policies that the city can commit to do to address these constraints that the city faces in order to meet the housing need. Regarding the section of general plan consistency, state law requires that the general plan and elements and parts thereof are internally consistent and are compatible with one another. This housing element will be part of a comprehensive Hollister General Plan that was adopted in 2005. All elements of the Hollister General Plan have been reviewed for consistency, and the housing element is being prepared to assure compatibility with the remaining elements. The city's former redevelopment agency provided low-interest loans for first-time home buyers for down payment assistance and for low-income residents to rehabilitate their homes for both owners and renters of all ages, including seniors. The former redevelopment agency also provided funding for several affordable housing developments in Hollister. The state of California adopted AB 126 and cleanup legislation AB 1484 that abolished all RDAs on February 1st, 2012. Based on the current housing element, and based on what we've heard in the public hearing meetings with the Planning Commission and the Council, the following is a list of goals that the city will be reviewing and implementing throughout this housing element in response to the need for extremely low, very low, and low-income housing. The complete list addresses all other aspects of the housing element, but the following are the goals that will focus on affordable housing. For example, H1.1, local government leadership, establish affordable housing as a citywide priority with local government taking a proactive leadership role in working with community groups and other agencies on identified housing element implementation, actions in a timely manner. H4.2, protection of existing affordable housing, ensure that affordable housing provided throughout government subsidy programs, incentives, and deed restrictions will remain affordable, and intervene when necessary to help preserve such housing. H4.4, establish options for meeting future inclusionary requirements. The city will establish its primary intent and strategy for adopting an inclusionary requirement. Policy H4.5, leveraging of public funds. The city shall encourage private investments in affordable housing by continuing to leverage public funds where possible. H4.6, long-term housing affordability. Establish resale controls and rent and income restrictions to ensure that affordable housing provided throughout incentives and or inclusionary programs as a condition of development approval remains affordable over time to the income group for which it is intended. Implement long-term or in perpetuity agreements and or deed restrictions with developers to govern the affordability of such units. Provide assurance through recorded agreements and monitor their continuing affordability. H4.9, city actions to achieve affordable housing goals. Utilize the unique powers of the city's successor agency and other means to assist its achieving the city's housing goals, especially housing for lower income households. Policy HL, prepare an expedited development review process for affordable housing development by the following means. Be A, priority processing. Affordable housing development shall receive the highest priority. HU, the city of Hollister will assess the need to adopt an inclusionary housing ordinance. HS, protect at-risk units. The city, successor agency, will pursue state and federal funding sources such as the HOME program to keep units affordable. Policy HBB, maintain a list of new sites for multifamily infill housing that will not dramatically change the neighborhood characteristics in the area. HLN, continue to implement the City of Hollister's successor agency sponsored resale regulations for very low, and moderate income units to ensure that these units remain at an affordable price level. Identify an appropriate nonprofit for government agency to manage affordable housing created through the agency's programs. H3.8, second units. Encourage additional well-designed second units as a desired use in all residential neighborhoods throughout the city by simplifying permit review and encouraging that all new subdivisions over 10 units, that a portion of the lots construct a second dwelling unit by creating appropriate incentives consistent with state housing law, exempt second dwelling units from area density calculations. So the next steps will be to forward a draft revised housing element to HCD and begin a 60-day review period, receive comments from HCD and the public within the next 60 days, incorporate any comments and finalize the housing element update, schedule public hearing meetings with the Planning Commission and City Council for review and adoption of the final updated housing element, and submit final updated housing element to HCD. That concludes our report.
Oh, wow.
Need some water.
Does everyone have that? All right. Is there any questions from council?
Yes.
Councilmember Clower.
First of all, as always, thank you guys. You guys do an awesome job reading through the report. Easy to read, ton of information, a lot of stuff you guys didn't get to, but that's kind of what happens when you have a report that's, 200 pages long. This is kind of my baby, so I apologize if I get on a soapbox for this one. The rental numbers are pretty scary when you look at how much people are paying in terms of their total income toward their housing and utilities. I think there's some other numbers in this booklet that are even a little bit more scary. When you look at the total number of people per household, and it was 3.52 in 2000, and then rose to 3.6 in 2008, and now it's 3.64 in 2015. So it seems to me like our impact fees need to be adjusted because those aren't the numbers that match our impact fees. So I'm assuming that's going to be something that we'll be looking at. If we have more people in the houses, we have more people on the roads, we have more people using the services. That's the first item that is kind of stuck out to me. When you break that down even further, you can see that there's just a lot of people living in each unit, and especially in the rentals. On page 3.100, it has a breakdown of overcrowded households in 2012. In households that have more than one person per room, owner-occupied was 5%, rentals were 15%. That was considered overcrowded. And 1.5 people per room or more is considered severely overcrowded, and there's 6% of rental units that are severely overcrowded. So in a 3-bedroom house, you're talking about probably upwards of 5 or 6 people, if not more.
Yeah.
So I guess what I'm trying to get at, and I'm sure some people won't really like this, is that we're not building enough units and we're not building them fast enough. And when I say we, I don't mean Hollister, I don't mean the Monterey Bay, I mean California as a whole is not building enough units to house the people that want to live here and work here. What's kind of even scarier to me is that it's only going to get worse for the people who are renting, because as prices go up, the people who bought rental investment properties in 2008 to 2012 when prices were really good, they start to sell those because now they have equity and they can make a good profit off of the sale. And it's going to sound like I'm fudging the numbers a little bit, but I wouldn't be surprised if 98% of the houses that were rentals, when people get their 60-day notice or 30-day notice to move out, those aren't bought by other investors now because the prices, it doesn't pencil for an investor to buy a property now. So you're going from a rental with a tenant, and now you're getting an owner-occupied unit. So every time that a tenant-occupied house sells, they're pulling one more unit out of the total pool of options for people who are renters. So this doesn't get better anytime soon. Really, the only thing that could help it is if prices take a real bad turn, which most people don't want to see either. So how do we do it? We need to build more units. We need to, as one of the goals was to kind of fast track the multifamily, and I've been saying that for a long time. I don't have the answers. I think as a group, we kind of have to kind of work on that and see what we can do to get the developers to do it, because the low, the extremely low, the very low, we can't build those right now. People would be coming and doing them if we could. So I guess the next step is, and I'm a little disappointed that we have a big 0 where the moderate income units are supposed to go, because that should be the sweet spot for the city. And I said this last month. Those are the units that developers will build if we give them the opportunity to build them. Not every house has to be a 6,000 square foot lot or a 10,000 square foot lot. People are going to buy the 4,000 square foot lots that they're doing behind Kmart. Those houses are going to sell, and they're probably going to sell very quickly. Those are the rent. That's the group of renters that could actually get out of that group of renters and buy, which would free up space for the other people who maybe don't quite make as much. So I don't think that everybody should be a homeowner. It doesn't work. We saw that in 2006 to 2008. Not everybody can be a homeowner, but if you're paying $3,000 for rent, $2,500 for rent, you should be a homeowner. And the only reason that they're really not is because we don't have the units for them to buy. So we kind of need to keep this going. And I know if people drive around town, they see a lot of sticks, they see a lot of tractors, they say, man, there's a lot of building going on. It's not that much. It's not as much as we need. And it's not the type of houses that it's not the variety of housing that we need. That's about it for now.
Councilmember Gomez.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I appreciate that assessment, Carson, especially coming from you. First I want to thank you guys for the work that you put behind this. This is, it's obviously very important for us to recognize this. If we want to be a successful community, if we want to be a solid community, we need to provide diverse housing for all of our residents. So the rental housing is going to be needed. Obviously we do want to get folks to own homes, to get into their own homes as well. But we do, and I appreciate the policy changes. I think the policy changes were right on. I mean, I think us as a council, we do need to make sure that we prioritize and move forward with more of a streamlined approach to multi-housing and more affordable housing as well. I grew up on the corner of Gonzales and Buena Vista in an affordable housing unit, and it was 11 of us. I grew up with 9 brothers and sisters, and my parents. I was telling my 4-year-old daughter, I was laying in the bed with her about 3 o'clock this afternoon doing absolutely nothing, which was great. And I looked at her, and she has this cute little pink room with her little stuffed animals everywhere. And I'm laying in the bed with her, and I was like, I shared my room with my 3 sisters. We had 2 bunk beds in like a 80 square foot room. The beds barely fit. So when I see these numbers of overcrowded homes, I was like, I wish I was in one of those overcrowded homes. That would have been a lot better for me growing up. But I think the policies are important, so we do need to make sure that we move forward with implementing policies that will prioritize multi-housing and affordable housing units throughout the city. We need housing for our workers. As somebody that employed, anywhere from 15 to 25 employees at a time at Pop Murphy's when I had it, I needed to make sure that we had housing for our workforce. Yeah. The sad thing is that I've spent years working in San Jose, and there's so many people that I see up there. So many, I'm walking downtown San Jose, and I see some of my neighbors. I'm like, really? Like, we're all up here working, and then we go back home, and then you come here to Hollister, and I see most of our workforce going to Los Baños and Santanella, and I'm like, really, everybody's kind of shifting around. We have to do what we can to provide the affordable housing and workforce housing that's going to be crucial if we want to see our city succeed. So I appreciate the work that you guys put behind this. I appreciate the policy recommendation changes and recommendations that we can make, and I hope the council and I truly believe the council will support it. But more importantly, we need to make sure that, as Carson said, as we continue to develop these units, I think there is a case for that argument of, hey, we don't have enough units. Yeah. But at the same time, we have to make sure that when we move forward, and here I go again, but if we move forward with these residential developments, we need to make sure that they're at least flush, and they're not. Residential units right now are not flush, and that's a problem. When we build a unit here in the city of Hollister, we lose money. We're losing money, right? You have to send your kids to school. You have to provide public safety. You have to provide all these services. And every time we build a residential unit, we lose money. And trust me, I'm the biggest business advocate if there ever was one. And I'm not, trying to go on any anti-development rant here. I'm just saying we need to find a better mechanism so that we're not left, as the mayor, I believe, has said before, been left with an empty bag after the developers flee. Yeah. And that's going to be important as we move forward with this. So anyway, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Luna and then Councilmember Friend.
Yes, I just wanted to say that I really enjoyed the session that we had with the planning department regarding housing and development. It really made us realize the importance and the need. And I'm glad that Gabriel brought up the extremely low, because I believe you didn't have it in the past under the categories, and now you do. And I would like to see that extremely low mentioned throughout, your document. I think it's very important. Council Member Gomez said that, he comes from a family of 9. I'm the youngest of 12. And I was born and raised in San Benito County in Hollister, and you can imagine where we lived, But it was hard, very hard, and that's why we know the need of this community, and we know what it takes, to actually build these homes. Yes. And I really truly believe that families do a lot better when you don't have that many living in one household. We really need those rental units. Yes. We really need those, affordable homes that people can actually enjoy. Yes. So my comment to you was I just wanted to commend both of you on the work that you've done. The binder information, it was a very good binder, very good information, a lot of reading. But I'm hoping that in the future you can continue to have those sessions with the City Council and the planning, because it brings us both together to realize the importance of housing in our city. Thank you.
Councilmember Friend.
I just want to echo some of what came from Carson and Victor. Is I appreciate all the work you put into that document. Only having it for 4 days and just getting a chance to go through it a little bit is some pretty scary numbers in there. And I don't pay attention to the real estate market like Carson does, but there's some pretty scary numbers in there. And I thought, We don't have the answer. I'm not sure what the answer is, but I agree that we don't have the units to supply the housing that we need. And it's getting pretty scary because, like you say, we have city workers driving to Los Banos and Santa Nella. That's pretty bad. So thank you for all the work you put into this. It'll be very interesting at the end of the 90 or 30 days what kind of input we get from people that read that.
We'll bring it back to you.
Thank you.
So myself, coming from the development world, I have a hard time buying excuses from developers. The problem is it's becoming very expensive to build a house. We're about to look at increasing some of our fees, almost tripling some of our fees, some of the impact fees. So if we want to get Highway 25 fixed, we're looking at $300 million. And that's a reality that we all have to face. And it's not, what we all have to understand is this is not only because of the new homes, it's right now. So we didn't do our part in the past to fix that problem. We have to catch up. Very expensive to make this all happen. You know, we have come a long way. I think in the last year or two, we implemented the CFDs, Community Facility District fees, which actually I think now, Victor, we're keeping up to the cost of maintaining the newer homes. Our problem is, as I say, it's our older homes. We didn't collect that in the past, and we're going to be running a deficit for quite a while and trying to maintain it. But we're doing a good job here, and I appreciate what you're doing. I guess what I'm pointing out is there's no easy answer here. The more we build, the more trouble we're in. Our schools, you know, the only project I've heard that's been a great project I've been excited about was the one we just talked about at San Juan Oaks, a active adult community. They're not impacting our schools. There's no gang members there. Most of them are working from home. These are positive projects. We need a few more of those projects that help us balance where we're at, which I think would lead us to the right direction here. So this is a lot of hard work, and there's a lot of state requirements here on us. Yes. So we can't ever do one side or the other, and we'll find ourselves in trouble. I think we found a good balance. We just need to be careful where we're going. I still think we need to increase the CFDs a little higher if possible. I definitely want to make sure we're looking into our new roads, our new communities, to make sure we're implementing the protected bike lanes or safe streets. So we're having a community that we're proud to live in that makes sense. What we don't want to do, or I don't want to see happen, is just a community of sardines. We need to be excited about where we live so we come home and we enjoy our community. So a lot of work, and I appreciate everything you guys have done to make this presentation today.
Thank you.
I know there's a lot of hands coming up, and we're going to get through everybody right now. Cards?
I have one speaker card, Mr. Mayor.
We have several speakers, so.
And several speakers I know. From the first speaker is Keith Snow, who wrote on his card, "There is no affordable housing. What's the city plan? After okaying all these growth of houses, we need to create revenue."
Yes, and then that thing, I thought the Aaron before, it's a good guy. And then one thing about me, I'm experienced in construction. It's been plan, goals, direction, redirection, low cost, anything. That our friends in Sacramento came where I was raised. They're on real estates. The class heard a lot of people in the class. See, one thing that we had learned about is job creation. One thing you make to growth, we need to get manufactured jobs for the people to get growth. You handle growth, especially traffic control. Not yet. Once these houses are built, it's okay. But one thing about this housing, about people can afford nothing. They're middle class. I'm from Los Banos. I know realtors over there. Lost a lot of houses. I used to live there. That's where I'm from. And one thing about that part, one thing I know about making money, I saw a house, owned 4 houses. And the people that have houses, they have people live in the garages. A big problem about that part, and they have here to survive. But one thing we don't have is, I went to one of my houses, right, and went to the big house, right, and I met Chase Morgan, okay, we're from New York, Ferrari and all, and it's met the dad too before it died, and they wondering how I made money. So now I bought it for low price, or for big price. I made $140,000, $180,000 investment. I did like a little work. So I know all about monopoly, about housing. One thing we need to focus on, a plan, goal, especially of course in the real estate thing. And then nothing about affordable housing. I think for the big deals, for where I live in now, but they for appreciative. Because we had to look, we need a plan. And I told Bill, Mayor, and all you guys, we need a plan, we make goals, we have people involved. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Smith, you don't have any other cards with you, so
Yeah,
just state your name,
I didn't
address.
intend to speak on
That's
this,
okay.
but yeah, Mike Smith, Hollister. 20 years ago, I moved to Hollister. I was able to take advantage of a mortgage credit certificate program at that time, which I understand is no longer in effect. I'll be brief, but Wikipedia is great, so I'll just read off of that. In the United States, a mortgage credit certificate is a certificate issued by certain state or local governments that allows a taxpayer to claim a tax credit for some portion of the mortgage interest paid during a given tax year. The MCC program is designed to help first-time home buyers offset a portion of their mortgage interest on a new mortgage as a way to help home buyers qualify for a home loan. Because it is a tax credit and not a tax deduction, mortgage lenders will often use the estimated amount of the credit on a monthly basis as additional income to help the potential borrower qualify for the loan. And then there's a couple of guidelines. Buyers must not have owned a home in the previous 3 years. Buyers must meet income and purchase price restrictions. Buyers must intend to use the new home as a primary residence. So again, this is a program 20 years ago that was available to me. I took advantage of it. It still benefits me to this day. So I guess my open comment or question would be, is that a program that could be reinstituted or replicated again? Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hi, David Marquez. I wasn't actually here for this topic, but it strikes home. I'll make it real quick. On the affordable housing, in case anybody really know, the Section 8 waiting list is 7 years. My daughter, who's disabled, and her son took 7 years to get an apartment. And I think more buildings and apartments would kind of solve this problem a little bit better, because 7 years is a long time to wait. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Was there anyone else? I saw some other hands go up there. No? Okay, is there any other questions from council? No? Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
A motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0 vote. Let's move to item F5.
So good evening, Mayor and Council. This is an agreement that extends the current school resource officer at the Hollister School District. We have two. The first one is set to expire actually this month and would extend that agreement with HSD through 2018. We pre-planned this, so we actually have funding this year for the entire year.
So any questions from council? No questions? Any speaker cards?
Yes, sir.
There's one speaker card from Keith Snow, who writes on his card, "We should not renew this agreement. How much are we paying for this? I am for the schools and the kids. They are the future and need all the protection. But are we cutting any cost here? Is this extra officers along with ones we already have, plus a K-9 dog?"
What I'm trying to get at, I mean, when I found out about heroin in our schools, kids are in heroin, methamphetamine, and all that, I feel the officer and the school officer are not doing their job. I feel Westwick, the captain, Bill, the manager over there, need to regroup, redirect, and have no clue and more communication. Even Al right here, the gang and all that. I mean, I talked to Al on the phone, all that. It took me a long time to finally get the list and ordered by you guys, the council bond. I will begin the list on the school list. Can I appear? The gang list. I will be going to attend those meetings. So the point will be part of my community. But the point is, we're getting at on how much money we're paying. Because for a fact is, we have dog car fees. I don't know whose idea that. Lucas being resident officer man, and none the new guys over there, Las Vegas officers. But both points right, and not that the West check about that. I mean, the point is right. That what is going on at the council? You guys are kids. We actually have more in the heart. Our kids are our future. But by them to have heroin addiction, TB, transmitted disease, I said before, I'll put on record again, what are we doing? I feel we as a taxpayer should not hire another school officers, go back in there, redirect, go forward, and we're going backwards. And for a fact is, what's going on? Solve this problem. What idea? I mean, you had the doctor with the headline, about 60% had TD in the city. So points right. Let's solve this problem. Let's see what we can do here as a council. So I'm not bashed or nothing, but we is something wrong with the city. We need to solve problems. Thank you.
Mr. Snow, I'd have to say the program is about the city police department being proactive, being out there, talking to our young people, making sure they're safe. And we're seeing the results now. We're seeing crime going down. The school districts are our partners on this, so that's helping pay the bill. So we have the officers for the other 3 months. And I think personally, this has been one of the best programs we've done. And I'm looking forward to the day that we can afford to put an officer at every school in our city to make sure all our kids are safe and all our kids understand that the officers are their friends and someone they can talk to, someone they get information about programs out in our city and information on how to make their lives better. So I'm very proud of what the PD has done and the success from these programs. So thank you very much.
I'm for it, but the point is right. Is it what you guys okay things?
Thank you very much, Mr. Snow.
But yes, it's all.
I have no more speaker cards, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Councilmember Lynn?
I would just like to make a motion to approve.
Thank you very much.
Resolution 2015.
There's a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
All right, motion carries 5-0 vote.
Thank you.
We'll move forward to item F6.
Yes, good evening, Mayor and council members. This resolution would direct staff to proceed with soliciting sealed bids for the construction of a gateway feature. You may recall on June 15th, you authorized staff to solicit design concepts for a gateway feature for the west entrance to Hollister and to Pinnacles National Park with an open and anonymous design competition. It was explained in the staff report that the council would not be obligated to select a concept with this approach, that it could help inform and stimulate ideas about a possible gateway feature. We received 3 entries to the competition, and they were reviewed by the Executive Director of the Chamber of Commerce, the Superintendent of Pinnacles National Park, and the Executive Director of San Benito County Council of Governments and staff. And there was a consensus that the concept provided in your staff report as attachment C was a nice concept, and we'd like to recommend that we proceed with using that concept. Of course, as a council, you have several alternatives. You could reject all the submitted concepts, or you could direct us to issue a request for proposal for sealed bids for it and go back out to bid. You could also direct us to revise and the concept that you've received and modify what's been presented to you, or as we are recommending, that you direct us to proceed with soliciting bids for the design concepts provided in attachment C that was prepared by Signs by Van. Are there any questions?
Councilmember Clower?
Yeah, I like attachment C. My only concern is that if we put it in a roundabout, that we make sure that there's a sign facing the other way, so that when you're leaving town, you see something, not just the backside of this sign. Other than that, I like the idea.
I would also like to note that there's the National Park logo on there, and the superintendent said that that would need to be removed. So that would be part of the direction. So.
Any other questions, Council?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilmember Gomez?
Yeah, just really quick. I mean, I love the sign. The sign's beautiful. It's really good, good looking. I did notice the National Park sign on there, and it actually kind of makes you feel like you're actually at the park. So it makes sense, obviously, for that to be withdrawn. Not that it's like the most important thing, but I don't really see folks using this entry into Hollister. I don't see that entry into Hollister as being the visitor's entrance. If folks are coming off of 156, they're going to take Union Road. If they're coming from the north, they're going to take Highway 25. I would love to be able to flip-flop this sign and maybe put the Welcome to Hollister sign over here and then put this one over there. That would make a little bit more sense. But I understand, it's a branding. It goes a little bit further than just, it's not necessarily for the visitors. It's part of the whole, marketing and branding of Hollister being the gateway to the Pinnacles and not Prison City. I mean Soledad.
If I could make a comment, we are in the process of getting close to bringing to you a wayfinding plan, and as a part of that plan, we routed traffic from Highway 156 through Hollister. One of the things the superintendent, Karen Beppler-Dorn, has talked about with the Pinnacles is that they don't really need any more people. They have plenty of people coming to the park, but they recognize that in their gateway communities, it's an opportunity for economic development, and we want to sprinkle things so they come through. And so we see by routing people on 4th Street instead of Union Road, that's an opportunity for them to spend money in our community.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no doubt about it. And I know Marty's not here today. I know Marty would have probably jumped up right away and been like, what about the highway signs off of 156 and 4th Street and all that good stuff? But beautiful sign, and I agree. I think it goes really it just continues to flow, allow us to continue to flow this whole marketing of Hollister. So thank you. It looks wonderful.
Councilmember Luna?
Yes, I just want to mention that it's very beautiful. I'm looking at attachment C, and it's just very, very beautiful. I know it was mentioned to me from residents on the west side that wouldn't it be nice to have the gateway to the Pinnacles with the sign next to In-N-Out Burger? So, come on in.
I'll second that motion.
My question would be, does it cause any on the roundabout blockage of the,
We can have that checked.
because that's the only thing, I mean, a roundabout, the thing about a roundabout, you always see what's ahead of you, because you can create a blind spot, it might be creating a problem.
And there has been a peer review of the design of the roundabout, and part of that, they addressed that very issue to make sure that there was adequate sight lines, so we can ask them to check that.
And then if you're going to pull off the logo of the emblem of the national park, can you, under the pinnacles, can you put national park if you take off their logo?
I'll ask the question.
Because that way people know what we're talking about here, just in case. Other than that, it's a beautiful sign, and I agree with Councilmember Carson. What's on the other side is it going to have the same signage, so, or at least don't leave sign. A donation sign. There you go. Even better. Okay. Any other questions from council? Do we have any speaker?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I have one card from Keith Snow, who writes, who is paying for this, the developer or the city? Will it be done in time for the rally?
When I talked to Mary, right, and she said about the Marriott, right, and not the park, I went further because, I mean, as the route's coming up next year, right, and then naturally, I like our logo, what it said, we talked about, right, but over there by Patini Ford, they're over there, and they did the Marriott in the court, 2 points, right, and that's when we talked on the phone, right, and she said on Friday, she said that when we asked, have you been over there? She said a year ago. So the point, right, when asked this, they even went out to go look out what's out at the Marriott Hotel. And then down to the meet up at the other sign. And let's get and everything. And like Peter said, we should do more. Right where we do, I mean, I'm for it. But let's be thorough and effective when we do things. And see, I'm for it. Thank you. Fitness, though.
Thank you very much.
I have no more cards, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, is there a motion?
Motion to adopt Resolution 2015-236.
Motion is second. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. 5-0 vote. Move forward to item F7.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. The item before you this evening is authorizing the mayor to execute an amended agreement for Tranche 3 as it relates to the West Hills Water Treatment Program and authorize or approve a supplemental appropriation from for $1.7 million of water expansion funds. If you'll recall, earlier this year, the council made a commitment of some reserve funds when we went out to bid for the West Hills project to make sure that we had enough money to fund the project. After bids came in, it was a little bit higher than what was originally expected. There's about $7.4 million required between the Water District and the City of Hollister to cover the cost of construction and all the other associated costs with the West Hills Treatment Project. The city and the city and Sunny Slope County Water District agreed that out of the $7.4 million, we would each take about $1.7 million of our cash reserve and then borrow the remaining $4. Again, that's split 50-50 from the as part of the overall program. So the amended agreement is basically committing that $3.7 million from each agency. 1.7 will come again from our current reserves. We will borrow the other $2 million at a rate of about 3.45 to 3.75%. The Water District, Sunny Slope County Water District, took action on this exact item, I believe, last Tuesday, and it was approved. We have an executed agreement in the city clerk's office to be executed. If there's any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer them. I see Harry is here to answer any questions as it relates to the treatment, the plant itself. If you aren't already aware, it is actually under construction. There's earth being moved up there as we speak. So.
Is there questions from council? Where would we be borrowing the money, the $2 million from?
It's part of the larger process for tranche 1 and 2. It's just kind of amending that. This is why we call it the tranche 3. We're borrowing it. Kind of the conduit of the loan is through the water district. So
same.
Yeah. Same.
So it's not going to tie us up financially in credit.
No.
Do we have the reserves to cover or pay that down more aggressively?
Yes.
So that's an option we can.
That is correct.
So use. Yeah. Okay. We have a speaker card.
Yes, sir, we do. Keith Snow, who writes on his card, what will we benefit from doing this, and is this something we have to do right away? If the council can respond to other speakers, why can't they respond to my questions? I feel discriminated against. Thank you, Keith Snow.
Well, look at Warren here, because like you said, Warren, we get all the thing. But the point is, right, I does something, so my bill's so high, on one person I pay 140. I figure mine's going up and up and up. And then one called Sammy County Water District area over there, like how it is a shady character, sneaky character. Well, I feel what we're doing here, we're not.
Hang on for a second, Mr. Snow. Please don't refer to other people in derogatory terms.
I was going on what said in the council here by the councilman. So the point is right. So the point is right. Why don't you that already benefiting? Because for a fact is my water bill is going up, and I want one person. So I mean the point is right. I mean, doing this boring. Do we do and how here it goes creators and whatever we did not watch on TV. Cares and all this, but it's not about creators and how we do some of secret outlines. Back on, so I see all this. I mean, I'm not going for this. But for the fact is, people didn't talk about that. So I mean, I figured already been doing this. I mean, do we really have to do this? I mean, I know the growth's coming here, but point is right. What seems to benefit this? Because what my water bill go higher? Because then if it's in the water district, I mean, I should go to the means over there too. Because for a fact is, I'm not paying, and then I was in the District 4, where I live at. So the point is, I mean, one of the councils to tell me this. Because I figured the city manager in the plan over there around. We talk about my thing and housing and all that, and the water bill's going up. But what could this is, because we should look into this. Because my bill's high, and I'm one person. And how you guys put online, $90, right? No. I'm not paying $90. I mean, you guys better. That's false accusation right there on the site per unit. I mean, $140 and rising from 112.
Well, Mr. Snow, since you wanted a response, I will give you a response and explain how these things work. The opposite I hear is our water's terrible. It's hard. It tastes lousy. Why doesn't somebody fix it? Why doesn't the city do something about it? We're doing something about it. We're making it better for all our residents. And we're following, more importantly, we're following state requirements that are telling us that we have to meet their requirements. The new requirement of chromium-6 used to be 50 parts per billion. Now it's down to 10 parts per billion. Not even close in the rest of the country. but that's our rules here in the state, and we have to meet them. And if we're not doing this project, that cost for us is going to be a lot more than what you're paying. And more importantly, you need to understand something. That dollar amount of $80, which is actually $87, is for the sewer part of your bill. The water actually has been kept relatively low in the price, and we're asking for people to conserve more water. If they do that, they're going to see their bill much lower. So it's a partnership of all of us. We want to make sure that the city, the county, are providing our residents the best water possible, and that's what we're doing. And we made a lot of changes here, and this is a very important part of that program that's going to change the water quality throughout the city. So I'm very proud of what Mr. Bloom has done and presented to us. And those critters that you're talking about, that's more of the state issues that are requiring us to follow those rules. It's not something we want to spend more money doing. It's what the state forces us to do, and we have to follow those laws to make sure we're not in violation. So that is why these things cost what they cost. And overall, think about the water coming through your house by moving a handle compared to going out to go buying bottle after bottle after bottle after bottle of water. It's a pretty amazing fact when you go look at how that water is brought through us, through the reservoir systems, through the pipelines, through the pump systems, desalination. I mean, it just goes on and on, the filtering of what makes this all happen. It is not cheap to make this happen. Okay, it's a lot of work to this, and I think the city's done a great job in it, and I'd rather personally invest in having clean water for our families than to ignore it and then suffer the consequences later. Okay? Councilmember Clower?
Harry's kind of the water guru. You stayed 3 hours. Can you give us a minute of what the whole project's about? Because I think you could probably sum it up in a minute. 3 hours? Nah, it's only the first it's halftime.
So the history of this is, for everybody's benefit, is that we began creating a master plan that covers both the water and the wastewater more than 10 years ago. And most of the people on the council have been part of a governance committee that's overseen everything that we've done. So it isn't as though we've done this in a non-transparent way at all. We've presented, we've had public hearings, and I think everybody understands it. What happens now is that we're coming to a close of a very important phase in the fact that we are developing projects. The first one was we upgraded the Less Salt project. We did that for about $7 million. This particular project that we're asking for, the Tranche 3 to be added, it was anticipated that in the water supply and treatment agreement that you all reviewed and was signed by the city and Sunny Slope and the San Benito County Water District, we anticipated the need for a Tranche 3. So we have a contract. It's a successful contract. The contractor is underway right now, and he's on schedule. And what's left now is to close up the financing component of this. And again, by way of history, the original plan included the $7 million for upgrade. We had anticipated around $20 million for construction of the West Hills plant, and the mitigation that Victor had asked us what it would ultimately cost. Well, because of delays, it's cost a lot, but that increased the price of the bids, or the bids that have come in for construction. And so we're now well in excess of the planned amount of about $33 million. We're at 37. And that's what Mr. Avera explained to you, that we need the additional $7.4 million. The other point that Mayor Velasquez made is very, very critical. If we hadn't done this, we would probably be faced with wellhead treatment to meet another state requirement, which is the hexavalent chromium issue. That cost, and we presented that to you about 6 weeks ago, That cost to you is about a net of about $3 million because the master plan called for a crosstown pipeline. So the combination of the crosstown pipeline and some additional plumbing is $7 million. If we had done wellhead treatment, that cost would have been in the neighborhood of $25 to $27 million. So by anybody's arithmetic, you're about $25 million ahead. These are not critters. These are chemicals that we're talking about. Not critters, they're not little beasties that float around in the water. They are chemicals. And the first reason for doing West Hills was, as the mayor well remembers, was the disinfection byproducts, which is a carcinogen. This new process that we have delivers good water to the people of Hollister, particularly the west side of Hollister, without those carcinogens in it. The second part of it is that by using this prudently, we are able to deal with a hexavalent chromium issue, which is real. That's the summary of where we are today.
Thank you very much. Any other questions from council? Okay. Is there a motion?
I'll make a motion that we approve item F7.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion is second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. 5-0 vote. All right, folks, we're on the last page. We're almost there. G1, reports from city council members regarding their committees on which they serve. Councilmember Luna?
I do not have a report on any of the committees.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Friend?
No, I had no committee meetings.
Councilmember Gomez?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do, and I apologize. I left my report in my car, so I'm going to kind of wing it here. And obviously, you can help me out in anything I miss on COG, and if not, if I miss something, Mary Gilbert sitting in the back, so you could go bug her. We did go through quite a bit of items on. Obviously, we had a local transportation authority public meeting to talk about some potential changes that the COG or the LTA will be doing, or at least looking at when it comes to the local bus system throughout the city of Hollister, and throughout the county, and servicing Gavilan College as well. We also discussed potential alternate routes to Highway 25. Obviously, it's not going to be just a simple widening of Highway 25. It's not going to be just adding 2 more lanes to the highway. There's going to be some modifications as well, especially between San Felipe and 156. We did talk about that, and COG staff and Caltrans will be working together on refining the scope of that project. We also obviously discussed one of the big issues, and that's a potential transportation measure that could, or we're hoping will be on the June ballot this upcoming 2016. The COG board unanimously. There's been, and I do want to make this clear. There's been a lot of work that's been done at the COG level. A lot of work. This year hasn't been an easy year to be a COG member, and it hasn't been an easy year to be a staff member of COG. And I thank you, Mary, for your leadership this year. I'm sure other executive directors maybe would have ran away from this board, but you did an excellent job of bringing everybody together, and here we are, December, unanimously approving an expenditure plan for this tax measure. So I think a lot could be said about that. And we did do that. We did exactly that. So the COG board is making some recommendations on a potential tax measure to, number one, one of the biggest beneficiaries of the financing of this potential tax would be Highway 25, the widening of Highway 25. Obviously, another important element to this transportation tax will be pavement maintenance. The city of Hollister is currently going through a an assessment of its roads, and so is San Benito County. San Juan Bautista has already done so. I believe over the next few months we'll get some answers as to what roads and how we're going to prioritize that spending plan if the tax measure obviously is approved. And then also a variety of other transportation improvements throughout the county as well. So I was excited to see that move forward, and you will also be updated. Will also be updated more obviously in January as this comes forward. So obviously there's steps that we need to take between now and March and to put this on the ballot. But overall, we're excited to see this happening, and I think the residents of Hollister, I'm sure, will be excited to see some of their streets paved as well. So I believe that's all I have for COG, unless I missed something, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Covered it well. Councilmember Clower?
No report.
I was part of a new committee. It's the Mobility Partnership Committee with VTA, and I have to thank Councilmember Gomez for being the person that was able to arrange that meeting between the local COG members and the COG, or the group from Santa Clara Valley, which we need as partners. We have a $300 million problem fixing our Highway 25. They have a $1 billion problem of fixing their 152. We're working together to see how we could combine our resources on portions of that repair or that road, the road improvements. And they're very excited to be talking to us and working with us again, because they have to come through our county. And they realize that. And they realize that by not working with us, we're not getting anywhere. And we realize that if we don't work with them, we're stuck at the county line. They also realize that one of the major issues out there right now that they want to see addressed is that off-ramp off of 101 as we come back into Highway 25, the death off-ramp there. They realize that's a problem, and they want to see us moving on that as quickly as possible. We can come up with an idea of how we can make that work. Caltrans in that district now is going to present some ideas in the near future. So the conversations, as Councilmember Gomez pointed out, are happening right now on Highway 25. It does not mean it's going to be fixed next year. We're talking about Caltrans here. It takes a long time, but the planning is starting to happen, and we're going to see a change there in the next several years. I also attended the tour of CSUMB for the Intergovernmental Committee, and that was a tour of their new business building and library there at the CSUMB campus. As we're trying to work together here in a partnership with the county, the city, Gavilan College, the high school, the school district, the library, to build a building that we can all use and make sense of it by partnering, so we can make it affordable for all of us and provide all the facilities. So if it were to work, eventually we can take our kids through elementary, middle school, high school, community college, into university out of one building, and have a library there, a nice facility. So we can pull that together by working with Gavilan College and the high school. We're going to have a great facility in our community. So I want to thank the supervisors, county supervisors, for all the work they're doing, along with us at the city and the school districts for having those conversations. And that is it for my report on my committees. So let's go to informational reports. Councilmember Luna?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wanted to report, for the past, I would say, 13, 14 years, I have been helping to organize a tour drive. And it really helps to have the networking that we do have out of the area. And I have to thank the South Santa Clara Fire Department for always coming through and making those phone calls and calling us and letting us know that there's toys available for children in San Benito County. This last Saturday, actually, I organized 4 different pickups from different residents and 20 young people from the high school. And we went out and picked up over 400 toys. We took them to Via Luna Apartments in their conference room, and the students wrapped the gifts and were able to give out all these gifts to the children. I just want to report also as well, Mayor will remember that a couple of years ago we actually made a wish come true. And here this year we had another wish, a 5-year-old little boy with leukemia. Next Wednesday, students from the high school and Santa will be delivering the gift that he wished for. So, you know, it's time to get back. And I really believe that it's nice to be able to work with agencies even outside the area, especially, you know, in our networks that we have. So I do take advantage of that. I know people from throughout the state of California, and when there's times that they call, say, what can we do for your city, for your community? I do step forward and ask to help us out. So I just want to report that. I think it was something that it's going to be well received by so many people. Also, I wanted to report that on Thursday, I walked all my district, all the business district on the west side. It was very interesting to walk into every business, give them my business card, and listen to their concerns and their commentaries. It was extremely important, and I will be making a report on that as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Friend.
I just have one thing. We have extended the time frame on our youth advisory committee because obviously we didn't get it out quick enough, and we didn't have the number of applicants that we thought we would need to make the committee, so we're extending it out to, I believe, January 14th. Is that the end of it, Tom?
It's January 15th.
January 15th, so we can hopefully get the kids back in school and get them a chance to think about it over the holidays and maybe turn in their request to be a member of that team. The other thing is, I know we've got a lot more to talk about, but before we leave, I just want to wish everybody Merry Christmas. So just put a smile on everybody's face, because we're not going to be smiling in a little while.
Sure we are. Councilmember Gomez.
I have nothing to report.
Councilmember Clower.
Yeah, just want to remind everybody to drive safe over the next couple of weeks. I know there's going to be a lot of festivities and a lot of really fun times. Just be careful out there on the roads. And as Councilmember Friend said, we did not get the number of applicants that we thought we were going to for the youth committee. I was hoping it was going to be dozens, but we can still get there. We just have a little bit more time. So if you know somebody between 12 and 18 who might be interested in that, they can get the application from the city clerk and fill it out right at the desk and turn it in.
5 minutes.
Okay. I wanted to thank the Joint Center for Political and Economic Studies from D.C. They invited me out earlier in the month for 3 days of roundtable discussions with elected leaders throughout the country. They paid for the trip. It's a nonprofit, nonpartisan group that works with large or communities that have large minority populations. And we spent 3 long days going through everything from voting patterns to issues that hit Detroit and how they're getting themselves out of it, what to look for. Think tanks from every national group you can imagine were out there filling us with information. Their main goal is to let us know here that any information we need, they will gather for us. So it was a very productive 3 days, long 3 days, but I wanted to thank them for taking the time to invite me out there to Washington, D.C. I'd like to see if we can get a report from Gavilan College on our tax dollars, the amount of money that's being collected here from our residents, our property owners, and see what we can do about this conversation of a partnership with the TEL Center or where we can start planning for our future. So I think it's important for our residents to understand that those dollars are eventually going to be here in our community, and we need to help Gavilan College understand that we want them here in our community now. So I think by them having them do a presentation would be very helpful for our community if we can arrange that. And that's all I have. City Manager?
Yeah, just 2 things now. One, we'll have a joint City Council Board of Supervisors meeting in January regarding parks, and hopefully just parks only, kind of a collaborative efforts or joint use agreements between the county and the city as far as that's concerned. And then let me just give you an update on Gavilan College. I will do my very best to have Steve, or Dr. Kinsella, come and provide you a report, but we are in the process, Mary's left, right? We are in the process of writing the MOU between the city, the developer, and hopefully we can get Gavilan to go ahead and be a part of that three-party arrangement for the site over the Leatherback site for satellite campus, interim satellite campus. So we are moving towards that still. But I will see if he can come and provide you that other report that you desire. And that's
Great.
it for me.
City Attorney?
Nothing, Mayor.
City Clerk?
No report, sir.
Chief?
Just a couple of brief things. I want to thank PAC 455 for donating toys to the police department that we're going to give to Chamberlain's tomorrow. It was a really nice gesture by the whole group. Also, this last Saturday, we did our annual bike project. That was a really good project that our staff did. The bikes were granted to us by Turning Wheels for Kids, a San Jose-based nonprofit. It was kind of nice because the guy I spoke to this year is actually from Hollister, from Turning Wheels. So they helped us out a lot. We'll do that again next year, hopefully. One of the things that I'm kind of struggling with right now, and I've mentioned before, is recruitment and retention. I'd like to move forward in the next several months to study that and bring something before the council to see if we can't improve that, as we've lost 5 now to other agencies in the last year. So we want to retrain our employees as well. And lastly, Merry Christmas. It's going to be a great weekend, and of course the next week, of course, is New Year's. Drive safely, use a designated driver, please, and have a good time.
Thank you very much. G3, this is Measure E Committee. You've been very quiet and very patient, and
hello, Mayor.
Now you're finally up.
Council members, I'm your staff member on the Measure E Committee, and I would like to introduce our committee chair, Robert Martin.
First of all, let me compliment on setting up the agenda, knowing that putting me toward the end would maintain the crowd you have, because I'm sure most of these folks would have went a long time ago. Having said that, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, and staff, it's my pleasure to give you a report from the Measure E Committee. Let me call to your attention on the first page of the report you have. Those members, and most of them were in attendance tonight, some had to leave, and that is myself, who was appointed by the mayor, Carol Lenore, who was appointed by Councilman Friend, Rohit Sharma, appointed by Council Lady Mickey Luna, Christine Fortney, appointed by Council Member Clower, Ashley Sand, appointed by Council Member Victor Gomez. Representing downtown Hollister is Chris Nolan, Frankie Gallagher, appointed by the San Benito County Chamber of Commerce, and Graham Mackey, appointed by the San Benito County Business Council. So having said that, it will be my pleasure for the next 2 hours and 25 minutes to go through this report page by page and word by word. However, from past history, I've been known to be able to condense these reports down and probably be done and out of here in 5 minutes. So let me tell you what the report does. It covers 12 pages. The first is historical background, and that tells you why we're here, why we were appointed, and what is Measure E. And Measure E is simply a 1% sales tax. It was put into place effective April 1st of 2013. It will run till March 31st of 2018. This is a report for the year 2014 to 2015. In essence, July 1 of 14 to June 30th of 15. So all of our comments, with the exception of what I will say at the end, have been generated by information that we have received, reports we have looked at, and put together to compile this report. The second page of the report will go through Measure E and T revenue as it compiles the totals for each year for 5 years from 10-11 through 14-15. The third page is a report on the Measure ET revenue, in a comparison again from 10-11 to 14-15. Page 4 is the general fund expenditures. So it goes through a list of the general fund expense, and then page 5 is the general fund ending balance. Page 6 goes through the cost centers that exist within the city. And all these things are familiar to you folks because this is exactly what you work with. Page 7 is on pie charts that go through cost centers comparisons of 2013-14 to 2014-15. Then you have on page 8 a list of personnel expenses. And this will give you a comparison of actual amount of money is going to the different cost centers or different areas. We produce then pie charts for personnel expenses, and again, comparison of what was paid in 2013 and 2014. The things that will become of interest or should be of interest to you as you progress through those different years is how well have you really done? How well have those 2 years that we've been reporting on, how do they compare on the previous years when you were using Measure T as your basis? We put in a list of employee positions, the total number of employees that are employed by the city. And for that, I compliment you for running a lean machine because there's not a lot of employees that are employed by the city. So you're not throwing your money in a direction that's not necessarily necessary. Page 11 is staffing and budget revisions, as well as sales tax revenue by major businesses that we have within the city. But maybe the most important part comes to the very last page. So let me go ahead and actually read along so the public can hear what we've come up with. This committee believes that the council is spending Measure E funds consistent with the intent of the voter-approved measure. The committee has not found any misuse or inappropriate use of Measure E funds during the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2015. The committee recommends that the council adopt a long-range plan for the sunset of Measure E, with Measure E generating approximately 23% of the general fund revenue. The council needs to make a determination as to whether or not the city can function with the loss of Measure E revenue. And if so, what adjustments will have to be made in order to balance the budget? The amount of funds that are generated have been large, quite large. And so they do present a major percent of the total revenue the city is receiving. Now, having said that, the committee has concerns about actions that have been taken recently by the city council relative to unbudgeted distribution from the general fund for nonprofits, the homeless shelter, and a library. While we think it is admirable and we agree with the need, we believe while Measure E funds are still needed to balance the city council budget, more accountability to the budget is necessary or essential. This committee cannot support the type of generosity until the needs of the city can be met without general E funds. Folks, that's our report.
Very good job.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Let's. Is there any questions from the council?
I don't have any questions, but
Any
I want to
compliments? Any criticism?
Anything? Well, first of all, thank you, obviously, for the work that you get and that you folks are doing, and I want to thank, especially my appointed committee member, Ashley. This is probably going to be your last meeting after this. I'm kidding, but I appreciate the work that you folks are doing, and I also appreciate. I didn't want, obviously, I don't think any of us wanted this committee just to be there, right? And that's what we heard from a lot of folks was, hey, this committee's just going to be formed because we're just going to do it just to please the voters and blah, blah, blah. So I actually appreciate your summary. I appreciate your feedback regarding the nonprofits. That's important feedback for us to have. That's valuable to us as we're making these decisions. And to be completely honest with you, I 100% agree with your assessment. I don't think that's, we're here to provide those necessary services to our residents before anything else. So anyway, and I appreciate the feedback. So in summary, I'm thankful for, for providing this information to us and keeping the residents of the city of Hollister obviously informed of how the council is actually spending these funds. That's very important. But we also appreciate the feedback as you provided in your summary. So thank you very much, and I'll definitely obviously take these recommendations in your summary into account. Thank you.
What? Councilmember Friend?
No, I agree with what Victor's saying. I thank you for the report, and I thank you for being honest and telling us where your concerns are. We've been fighting this budget battle, and we are concerned about what happens when it goes away. Where the cut's going to be. I agree with you. That's something we have to work on. We're trying. We're trying to get to that point.
Councilmember Luna?
Yeah, personally, I just want to thank the committee because it does take time to meet and to go over, actually all the information that you have put forth to us. So I really appreciate that, and I just want to say thank you.
Thank you.
And I want to thank you also. It's a lot of work, and you presented it really well, and appreciate all the time you put in there.
Would you rather have the 2 hour? And
I personally would,
yeah.
But for a different night. Just wanted your group to understand what we've been doing here. We've been very aggressive in trying to pay down debt, and the next year we're hoping to finish paying down the side funds, which we're paying 7.5% interest on. We've done a great job at doing that. We've cut it in half. It was $10 million a couple of years ago. We're about half now. Is that correct, Brett? And we're hoping to finish that off within the next year. What we're doing and what we're working towards is a plan that if the tax was not extended, we wouldn't be in a situation where we're begging or threatening to lay off people. That's been the plan for the last few years. But what we've been doing is getting ready for taking care of our needs. And the biggest needs we have are repairing those roads. We're looking at anywhere from $30 to $40 million in repairs of our roads here in Hollister alone. So we have a lot of work ahead of us. If we were to continue, what we're trying to do is make sure we can address those issues and address some of the quality of life issues that we all know we need in the community so we can enjoy our community. I don't think anyone here wants to go back to the ways of just spending the money. We want to invest our money now. And I think we've been doing a great job of it, so I want to compliment all the council members. And I want to really thank you guys for pointing out, if we're not doing something well, pointing that out. There's nothing wrong with that. We need to know. And thank you.
Okay.
Councilmember Clower?
Yeah, first off, just want to say I think we're very lucky to have the committee that we have and also the finance department. This could be a lot more confusing if it wasn't laid out this way, and I really appreciate it because it was a pretty easy read for financial documents. Second thing, and if city attorney can stop me if I go too far, let me know. At 23% of the budget, even if you shave a little fat here and there and you chop it up and you come up with other ways to do it, without the 1%, there's a lot of people going away and there's a lot of service going away. And when you add that to the fact that it looks like maybe 16 of the firefighters that we have on staff they're on a grant, which is up in
12 firefighters.
12. Okay, so how long do the 12 firefighters have on the
12
grant?
it's up in April of next year, right?
Okay, so you can kind of see if you look out a little bit. Hopefully that gets extended. I think it's a 2-year grant that puts us right at 2018 when the sales tax extension ends. So this is a big deal. It's a big deal for the city budget. You're not talking about 1 or 2 people. I think you're talking about probably 10, a dozen when you look into how much money that actually covers. 23% of the budget is $4 million, $4.5 million. That's a lot of service. So without really kind of jumping up there and hoorah, vote yes in 2016, let's start to think about what happens if this goes away. And it's the last thing that I want to do is be sitting up here and trying to explain why the economy is doing really well, but we don't have enough money to keep up the service that we're doing. And all of the gains that we've already made, they're starting to get erased, and they get erased very quickly when you don't have the maintenance going on. So I really appreciate it. It gives me a little bit more clarity, but big picture, this is something that's I think is going to have to be around if we want to keep up our service level.
And that may end up being a recommendation that we make at that proper time. But let me point out to you also, since the Measure E has come into effect, your general fund budget surplus has grown by $2 million. I mean, to put it in perspective, it simply means you have not taken funds and suddenly spent those funds where maybe they weren't needed. So, we believe you're doing a good job. Now, that's a report through June 30th of 2015. We only gave you a peek on our comments of what you did as far as the money that went out to nonprofits, et cetera. That'll come up on the next report. We're just giving you a look through. We are watching, and we are looking. And we'll make recommendations. By the same token, we would request from you, City Council, a report back to us of some of the things that we brought up that we'd be interested in getting your feelings on. Some you've verbalized already. As we've given you a written report, we would also appreciate a written report back from you as we continue to work. And we will apologize for one thing. This is a very late report to be giving you at the completion of a year that took place 6 months ago. As you're aware, City Council, this committee fluctuated between getting a full staff or full committee. We are full. The people, all 8 members, are committed. And our projection is that we'll give you your report for the next year. Will come to you in September and no later than October. So I'd be happy to answer any other questions.
Thank you very much. I think, do we have comment cards?
Mr. Mayor, we do. No, I'm sorry. I don't have a comment card for this.
Mr. Snow?
You don't have to. You're not taking any action.
I know. He wants to make a comment. It's okay.
You guys, when I always asked for a copy, and I got no copy. I asked Bill, Brett before, and they would look at things. And when I seen this, I was asked to answer right to Dick Emerson, right, the one that did this. And another one too. He kept saying Measure E, Measure T, Measure T to Measure E. And when they did all that was Railroad Gap, Farm Road Connect. They did in 2012. So what I'm trying to say, when last year, and I think it's out there when Emerson said on the Measure T, Measure E, the money there that we can spend on roads and all that. And then when I kept asking before, we should invest it too. Invest it and then go from there. When they got there and kept asking what's the figure, what you guys are doing, what can a regular person be involved, not to fence a regular citizen and all that. And that does about fence and all that. So point is right, and I'm running before when this committee, I mentioned about People's Committee, be part of it, the Measure T, Measure E. You guys went and did fence and all that. So, like map goes on citizens to speak. So point is right. But please get a copy of that, and then they'll lick it. And then one thing too, on there, like I said before, I oppose raising taxes in June. Like I told Western before, we can create revenue by doing work in the city. Use our heads. You guys are business people, right? Do the other way, maneuvers. Don't go rely on the whatever you got there. Avoid how can you spend $790,000 for not one cost and paying all these other big bills, doing our street sweeping. If you look at the CalCorp purchases right there, doing our warrant registers, if you look at all of that, you can see how we can redirect and direction for the right way, spend our money, taxpayer money, and how use the investment company Moody's that was mentioned in my plan, and Bill I'm not sure with all of it. But no one want to listen. All you guys want to do is raise taxes, but we can't survive. It's a scary tactic. Winter June, we didn't have my no. What we need to do, to got the contracts that we got there, is by spending $7,900 for 911 calls and all these other contracts that we're doing. We need to do things ourselves. We need to be self-sufficient. A resident of the city, I'm telling you guys right now, he's sneakily again doing this meeting right there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you again to all the members of the committee that took the time and hung out here all night with us. So thank you all for doing their hard work. All right. Airport Commission is up next with their update.
Hey, Mayor and council members, thank you for this opportunity to address you concerning the Hollister Airport. My name is Dean Judd. I'm the current chairman of the Hollister Airport Advisory Commission. I have with me a former chairman and current commissioner, Gordon Machado, and we are going to present a little bit about the airport here. I'll do some and then he'll wrap it up. This presentation was precipitated by the possible location of a homeless shelter on Flynn Road in the industrial area just south of the airport. However, the County Board of Supervisors has since taken a new tack, and the airport location is no longer under consideration. In fact, it has been specifically removed from their list of potential sites. We'd like to publicly thank the board and others who may have been involved for making this decision. Now, we had expected Mike Chambliss to be speaking also at this time tonight, but illness has kept him away. So it's basically up to us, and we've basically going to take this time to present a report on the airport improvements and marketing efforts that have covered the last several years. By way of background, I'd like to provide some perspective in noting that there are over 14,000 airports in the United States. The federal government in the National Plan of Integrated Airport Systems, or NPIAS, identifies about 3,400 of these airports as being significant to national air transportation and thus eligible to receive federal grants under the Airport Improvement Program, or AIP, you may have heard of that. The Hollister Airport is one of the 3,400 airports, NPIAS airports. Mike Chambliss was assigned responsibility for the airport in December of 2007 and continues in that role currently. During this time, he and his staff renovated a dilapidated building so that now all staff members, including maintenance, are located in a single refurbished location near the east entrance to the airport, whereas they used to be split up. With regard to airport deficiencies, an inspection by the FAA, or Federal Aviation Administration, took place 5 months before Mike arrived. They found 11 runway safety-related deficiencies, most related to improper markings and drainage ditches located in runway safety areas. All have since been corrected. An inspection by Caltrans Aeronautics was conducted 10 months before Mike arrived. They found a total of 25 deficiencies, many of which the FAA inspection subsequently also found. 20 of these have been corrected, and the remaining 5 are basically an ongoing work. Another issue which has been dealt with is we call through the fence. It was a particular achievement, was resolving a long-standing issue related to being able to provide what is called through the fence access to the airport by adjacent business properties. In 2008, the FAA formally opposed our through the fence development that had been worked out over the last 20 years with infrastructure in place and development activities in progress. The FAA opposition included some TSA issues and FAA San Francisco Regional Office objections. Mike Chambliss soon obtained approval from the TSA office in San Jose, and by working with Congressman Sam Farr, we ultimately received authorization from the FAA in 2010 to proceed with our plans. And we're one of probably a true handful of airports in the country that allow this. I mean, it was quite an achievement, frankly. The point of this being if we can help enhance the surrounding business parcels, that's good for the community, good for the airport. With regard to some financial issues, airport revenues have increased from $550,000 per year in 2007 to $720,000 in 2015. Much of this increase is due to new tenants such as Aris Helicopters, CalStar, and Z-Aero. 9 FAA grants received since 2007 have totaled nearly $10 million, and that they include runway safety area drainage reconstruction and major runway rehabilitation. Planned work for the next 3 years includes completion of runway 31 reconstruction and design and construction of what we call the Cal Fire taxiway and run-up area, which will be on the west side of runway 31, which is dear to my heart because my airplane's on the west side. So, at this point, I think I'd like to let Gordon Machado finish our presentation and wrap it up. Yeah.
Good evening. Capping the aforementioned maintenance and rehab of the airport, Mike and other staff members have pursued an aggressive airport marketing program. This will include the following. A commercial product booth was constructed for the airport. Staff designed marketing material and has had them printed. TV station KION created 3 marketing videos, 1 short video for the Super Bowl and 2 videos featuring the business opportunities at the airport. In November of 2015, Mike and others attended the National Business Aviation Association meeting in Las Vegas, where they learned much about trade show participation. Staff is planning on again attending the NBAA meeting in 2016. Finally, we committed to an electronic marketing campaign through the end of the fiscal year. Mike will be evaluating the effectiveness during the budget session. At this time, I'd like to show you one of the videos.
Discover the Hollister Municipal Airport for your private and regional business air traffic needs. The main runway can easily accommodate all of today's business aircraft. It boasts a 6,350-foot long by 100-foot wide runway with 7,400 feet available for takeoff. Hollister is an ideal airport for the business executive. Located just south of Silicon Valley, it's also positioned close to the Monterey Peninsula, a major tourist hub, and California's Salinas and Central Valleys, where agriculture is the #1 economy. Seize the rare opportunity to expand or relocate your business to the recently developed Air Park Business Center. You own the land and the facilities on top of an incredibly convenient through-the-fence access that only exists in a handful of airports in the country. Think of the possibilities. Build your office complex in the front and a personal hangar in the back. It doesn't get any easier than that.
My name's Ken Lindsay. I'm the developer of the Air Park Business Center in Hollister, California. The Air Park Business Center is a 100-acre master plan business park adjacent to the Hollister Municipal Airport. One of the benefits of being at the Air Park Business Center in Hollister is our relationship with the City of Hollister. The City of Hollister has been a partner from the very beginning, helping us to get through our approval process, and they're going to help companies that want to relocate here or locate here to get their facilities up and running. The type of companies that we're targeting for the Air Park Business Center are any company that use aircraft in their business or would like to be able to have the convenience of bringing their customers into and taxi right to their facility.
When landing in Hollister, you'll enjoy many benefits such as no landing fees, Hollister Jet Center FBO services, car rental services, convenient major highway access. Hollister Municipal Airport is business friendly, catering to business aviation and companies who use aviation as an integral part of their operations.
Hi, I'm David Leonardo, president of the Hollister Jet Center. I've been here now on the airport for going on 21 years. What's exciting about Hollister is the fact that the length of the runways that we have, where we're at positioned to everything that's around us, we're always outside of the TFRs in the local Bay Area and all the busy traffic that we have up there. And we've actually been targeted. Corporate pilots have come in and told us, wow, we weren't even aware of Hollister being convenient. We're a full service FBO here at the Hollister Airport. We have a flight school, we have rental aircraft, we have a full maintenance facility. We can work on 135 aircraft. We also have the fuel services, so for especially what's important is quick turns. Corporate pilots come in here and they want ice, they want catering, they want sometimes a pilot's lounge, so we have a pilot's lounge with a big screen TV. One thing that's exciting about this airport, though, is the collaboration. The fact that the city doesn't tie our hands. The city is just as excited as we are about enhancing our business and about what can we do together to make this a more of a destination or put us on the map, so to speak.
Lastly, Hollister's weather is VFR friendly most of the year and without the congestion and hassle of the Bay Area air traffic. On those rare days with weather, a GPS approach is also available. What's not to like about Hollister Municipal Airport? Convenience, location, and business aviation friendly. Make Hollister your airport destination for business.
The other thing I'd like to mention is the fact that a couple of months, or a month ago, or 2 or 3 meetings ago, in public input, I mentioned the fact that the Super Bowl, the first or second week in February, we're the closest. Well, what's happening is the major airlines are the only airplanes allowed within a 50-mile radius of the Super Bowl. So there's a no-fly zone, and we're the closest airport. We're right at the edge of the fly zone, almost the end of the runway. So we're right in the fly zone of the next to the no-fly zone. So, what Mike has been doing is trying to track aircraft to our airport during the Super Bowl. They're preparing. He's preparing to clean the ramp of all tennis aircrafts for that week. We expect to park more than 100 business aircrafts over the days surrounding the game, with the anticipation that the business owners will see the benefit of our airport, and some may locate in their business here. I'd like to show you, it's a little shorter than this one, a short of the other video, designated or focused on the Super Bowl.
The Bay Area skies within commercial air traffic for the big game in February. Your best option for easy access is the Hollister Municipal Airport. It's located outside the TFR just south of the busy international airports and centrally located to Monterey, Salinas, Silicon Valley, and the Central Valley. Why not enjoy no landing fees, Hollister Jet Center FBO services, car rental services, convenient highway access, recreational opportunities like wineries, world-class golf courses, and America's newest park, Pinnacles National Park. And did we mention VFR weather most of the year? Available land around the airport for business developments too. Make Hollister Municipal Airport your final approach for the big game.
In wrapping up, I'd like to conclude to say that during these years with Mike managing the airport, we have always been involved in as an airport commission during all phases of the many projects. By having a good working relationship with the commission, he has ensured all interested parties are heard, and he has minimized staff that might otherwise involve over 100 tenants and many more users of the airport. Most issues have remained at the level of the airport and the airport commission and not bubble up to the level of city council. Working together has achieved remarkable progress during his tenure. I've been on the commission years, and I've been through about 4 different airport managers, and it seemed like there's a lot about Mike in here, and there should be, because the fact is that I think it's more done in the last 3 or 4 years since Mike's been the director than what we had for previous airport tenure and areas. And a lot of what Dean mentioned is the correction that the FAA was always on us and the state was on us. That seemed to always go by the wayside with inability of the manager to know how to do it and how to correct it. And so as a commissioner, I look forward to working with Mike for years to come, because I think he's doing one hell of a job. And in conclusion, again, I wish everybody a Merry Christmas and a prosperous New Year. Thank you.
Okay, we have plenty of questions for you, so don't leave just yet. Anybody?
Yeah, Gordon, I just wanted to ask, how many units are actually being rented right now at the airport?
How many what?
Units or rentals do you have rented?
In hangars or in businesses?
Altogether.
I have no idea. They're all, I tell you one thing, they're basically all full.
Are they?
Yeah. Every T hangar, every hangar is essentially occupied, and every habitable space, I believe, is pretty much occupied by a tenant.
So what happens if your commercial really works and people start contacting you?
Well, the majority of that would be off campus.
Okay.
Because we don't have the real room. There's areas that Caltrans has a large portion on the west side that's going to be taken up. Waiting for that to gel, then it's very limited what else is left to go into more hangars. Mm. So if commercialized, what we're talking about this, the commercial part of it, would be done in the business park, either on the west side or the east side. So I like the idea of the video that we're sending out, the aerial view. And once they come in, if we get, I think I mentioned before, you get the corporate jets, which usually are from 6 to 15 passengers. When they come in for a landing here and you do it in a circle, they get to see what's around the airport and the airport itself. So I'm excited about that, and we're hoping for the best.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Ray, do you have any questions?
I'd just like to add, you mentioned off airport, there is land on the airport which we can also build executive hangars on. In fact, we kind of have some tentative plans, but we need somebody to say they want to build one. But those would be rented on the airport, and it would bring in more revenue for everybody.
So
that thing quit
after 10.
Gordon, so let me ask a few questions then. I think we're getting to the stage now where we've been so focused on getting ourselves in financial order here, that now we're moving on to the other projects, one being the airport, different areas of the city that we can enhance and bring more business as we start recruiting more business in the city. So let me ask you, first off, is that video synced correctly, or is that just something we're seeing here?
I've watched it 100 times, and that's the
First time, okay, good. I was hoping that wasn't out on YouTube somewhere. And when we're talking about 100 aircraft coming in for the Super Bowl,
or more,
how are we getting that number? Are we getting reservations already, or what's going on? And how do we benefit financially? Gas, parking, what's going on? There's no landing fee.
The gas itself would probably be the most lucrative part
so
of
it's
it.
From the gas.
Yeah, other than the opportunity to show and tell.
So it's more of a show.
Yeah, we're going to move all aircraft will be moved either in the hangars or one area of the airport, all compiled as tight as you can get them.
Okay.
Even the aircraft landing would probably be towed as tight as they can be.
So
it's 150 aircraft, a lot of aircraft to come in, and we're hoping for the best. But
so our goal is 100.
The goal
we want 150, but let's be realistic.
The goal is as many as we can get. We have no idea.
Okay, but that's kind of why I'm asking the question, because if there's a goal, there's a chance, right?
Well, there's no goal. As I say, it's the most you can get. Last year, the Super Bowl was in Arizona, and I don't know what the name of the airport there, and they loaded that airport with corporate jets.
Right. So
I shouldn't say corporate jets, but corporate airplanes, because some aren't jets.
Can we get an update after in February of what really happened there? What kind of sales tax dollars came in from the gas and all those good things?
Sure.
Be great. The runway is 6,300 feet. Can land up to what size jet?
Well, it can go greater than that.
No, I know, but up to what size? I know the smaller passenger jets.
We
no
just
problem.
had what's that? 737.
Yeah. 737, I know, but I thought I heard 767 or one of those can. Is that correct or no?
You're talking about the only non-pilot on the commission.
And the reason I'm asking these questions
Your
is
partner can answer more questions than I can when you talk about aircraft.
He's staying out of this. The reason I'm asking that is because, again, what's the goal of the airport? Are we looking for only passenger? Are we looking for cargo to come in? What's the goal in the next years? Because if it can handle a large size cargo jet.
Well, cargo, they have knocked at our door quite often too. UPS and a couple of in the smaller jet cargo.
Right.
At
So
the center. I'm surprised they moved. They just opened a place. Castroville or somewhere, not even near an airport. I'm surprised they did that without coming back again.
And that's what I'm questioning, because what's the goal? Are we looking to bring cargo in? Are we looking to bring private jets in? What's the number that actually works for us?
I think
as a
we are
community?
limited by the runway itself.
Right.
So
smaller.
Yeah. So
but I guess that's what I'm asking. What's going to be the plan? I know you guys are going to present a full plan, I'm sure, this next year, so we understand what are we going after? Are we going after private jets? Are we going after cargo? Are we going after prop? What is it that we're going after? So if we talk about a successful airport, what does that mean?
Well, I personally, I have some kind of qualms by the volume and by the size, because the airport is also, the landing is over the community in a lot of cases. So we want to be careful too that we don't disturb the natives by a lot of activity and large activity. So there is, and what the parameters are, I can't answer that.
And that's why I'm asking those questions, because if we're seeking the private jets, how many are we looking for? What is our goal to make it all happen, so we don't have that conversation every year of we have a gold mine that we don't use. Well, now we're going to use it, but we're going to limit the gold mine to so many ounces of gold, right? So
I think I'm getting direction.
No, I'm just throwing it out there.
No, I mean we talk about those things, but the bad thing is, like we mentioned earlier, we're up to par now on the airport, so now we can go and be aggressive on what you're talking about.
Right.
Because prior to that, we had all kinds of restrictions and all that. And I think I mentioned to you earlier also that we have one of the longest runways in the whole Central Coast, bigger than Salinas and Monterey.
6,350 feet.
Yeah, but we don't want to get to that size of activity, you know. So.
The other question, the hangars that we do have, I know they're all leased out, but do they all have planes inside of them or some type of sales tax revenue generating businesses inside of them? Or do we have several hangars as storage or facilities? What's going on in each one of those?
Well, we have rules and regulations for the use of them, and that probably hasn't been. We used to do an annual or semi-annual, probably due for an inspection of the hangars for what's in them, what's the use of them is.
So can we get an update on what's in there? So
we do an annual thing, and we are at the point now, and I'm kind of looking at Dean for some assistance. I don't think that there's any hangar in there that doesn't have a plane in it.
So they have all registered planes. And then, as Councilmember Luna was asking, how many hangars do we have? What's our goals? Are we looking to park more expensive planes or hobby planes? Or
24 altogether.
Total.
And then eventually, what are your plans? How many hangars do we need? On and on. So, appreciate the videos. They look good. And I'm glad to know it's synced, so that's making me feel much better.
I'm sorry I brought it up. No.
So, again, for next year, we're going to talk about a plan for the airport to turn into the gold mine.
Yeah.
What is that plan? If it's not cargo, if it's not private jets, what is it so it brings in the revenue? Okay?
I totally agree, and I think that's where our forward movement should be right now.
Okay.
Well, I think another thing that's missed too is the weight. I mean, the weight of the aircraft is more important than anything. As we're preparing, and I'm wearing my San Jose hat, Mineta is obviously preparing for an overload of corporate jets. I mean, that's going to be big. We're actually turning a couple of the runways into parking lots. So, there's going to be a ton of corporate jet activity over there. Now, speaking as a pilot and somebody that actually at least has some familiarity in the airport, we have a huge opportunity for private business. I mean, I think that's what we're looking for freight or some type of goods movement. I mean, I think that's a possibility. It all depends. I wish Mike was here to speak on the weight and what our actual runway could sustain, or at least 3-1 could. But I think overall, I mean, at least from what I've seen, I think there's a huge opportunity in that. And I will say this too as well. I mean, you look at, and maybe Dean could speak a little bit more on South County, but at least Reed Hillview and even the west side of Mineta, which is private, we're having trouble actually filling those hangars in those areas, in both Reed Hillview and in that's county, but also Mineta. Because most of the general aviation folks are those that are not using it for instruction. Reed Hillview is used more for instruction, but are coming down here. They're coming to Hollister because another thing that was slightly missed is the airspace. I mean, we have the airspace here in the city of Hollister is it's a playground. I've flown up there and there's a P-51 flying by and a Citation, just a variety of airplanes where. You have obviously more of a controlled airspace in the San Jose area. So I think we have a possibility to do quite a bit at our airport, but more specifically, I would say in the corporate side. There's, a great jet center that we have now, but I think there's an opportunity for expansion. So I think the sky's the limit, especially on the private sector side. We just had Signature Aviation. Signature Aviation just opened up in the west side of Mineta. And they're huge, servicing 737s owned by Google and Yahoo and eBay. I mean, they're doing a lot of big stuff, and I wouldn't count an FBO like that out of the picture for Hollister. It could definitely happen.
Okay. When you said the sky's the limit, no pun intended, huh?
No.
Well, thank you very much for your update. I think we have one. You have one question for you, or is there more?
I have one card, Mr. Mayor, for Christina Chavez Wyatt.
All right.
I will do my best to keep my comments brief. Christina Chavez Wyatt, Executive Director of the San Bernardino County Business Council, President of Farmhouse Communications, member of the County Homeless Services Planning Committee, and a Hollister resident. I just wanted briefly to revisit the comments and the letter provided to the city and the county by Mr. Mike Corbin and David Curtis of RF Coax on November 3rd and the 16th. On behalf of more than 25 major employers and more than 60 of their employees, investors in the 5 business parks in the airport region, and members of the Hollister Airport Commission, requesting removal of the county compound on the Flynn Road site from the county's Homeless Service Center siting analysis for many reasons, and their offer to be a part of a better solution. Thankfully, the county took leadership and voted last Tuesday to select the location at 1161 San Felipe Road as their new preferred site and to remove the Flynn Road location both as preferred site as well as from their evaluation from the process entirely. There is heightened interest in the properties located in the airport region, as evident and website hits both from the city and outside, as well as higher call volumes of interest from the Silicon Valley and areas like Mountain View, likely as a result of the thousands of our local tax dollars invested by the city of Hollister and area investors to promote the airport region for investment at the recent National Business Aviation Convention in Las Vegas, inclusive of the trade show display and the support of staff members and contractors, the new website and advertising efforts, which was very impressive in-house work conducted by Mike and his team with very low capital outlay by the city and investors. I do ask you to work in cooperation with the county in the newest economic development and investment climate to jointly encourage investment for the good jobs we desperately seek here. We need our residents to quit commuting, ease the impacts in their time on our roads, to get them shopping, eating, recreating, volunteering, and starting their own businesses and spending more time with their families here at home. To first support our existing businesses, that we have customers and management research facilities and existing prospective investors landing at the airport daily. Finally, is a major focus of the Business Council to grow and support businesses and expand investment in the airport region. This topic has been a major focus of meetings held at the Council and Economic Development Corporation over the last 3 months. We had engaged leadership in the Monterey Bay Economic Partnership to connect with and inform our county leadership of the services and experiences with homeless services in Santa Cruz would help lead to their decision. Our members and executive committee members have been active in discussions. We want to continue to support the board and staff and our council in the future and in this and other endeavors. Although the Business Council never took formal action, there is positive input in regard to the alternate 1161 San Felipe site for the Homeless Service Center, with some concerns for impact to the neighboring businesses.
Thank you very much.
Yes,
we
sir.
appreciate it. We have a big night in front of us here, so thank you for your update. Mr. Snow.
I'm a resident officer. I like the video. They're competitive, being competitive. But what's getting me? I've been trying to talk to my channels, he always shows bad ordinances, but we haven't changed yet. We're focusing on parts. But I'm trying to get the airport commission one year or two, one day, once open by next year. But for practice, I talked to Mike about that. Have companies come over here, land over here, businesses, but they ain't spend the airport for business. It's called being competitive. You guys said they're Super Bowl. Sounds like has no flyover, but a lot of people there, our airport here is not regulated. We're not regulated. What did they have to pay? Our Fraser Airport over there, since there's a 50 bills illegal activity over there at the Fraser Airport, won't put on record over there. 50 bills, which should look. And over there, I'm a canine dog, fees. But like a lot of airports here, the little ones are not regulated. We should do something about that. And ignoring the problem, like a lot of problems, we need to focus on business. I went in there with the airport administrator and the city manager. You guys, I like the video there, but we need to put the video other towns. The one COVID like Vegas, the shady character, right? Woodland, Sacramento, take an airport over there, bring them over to our airport to do the Super Bowl and make a fee and make revenue on the gas to fill up and go. How long that be doing? Like a UPS, FedEx, or Google, Intel, all the that part. But I mean, I want to know like how many for airport image and be a manager do we even have cargo with the people coming here on Super Bowl holiday? You guys saying is there contracts?
Thank you very much, Mr.
Thank
Snow.
you.
No, Mark. Thank you again for the update. Looking forward to hearing the new plans for next year. Let's move forward now with item G5. Joint agreements with the...
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. What I'll do on the next two is I'll try to just keep them as short as possible. Mike got pretty ill today, so he's unavailable and he apologizes. But I think in your report you saw the letter that we sent off to the high school district about a week or two ago. And I will. We can agendize this item once again in January and give you an update at that time. But we thought it would be important for you to at least see the letter that actually went out. If there's any questions.
Have we had a chance to organize a meeting between the trustees and the council?
No, not the trustees and council.
If we could do that, I think that would be helpful to us.
Okay.
To all of us.
Cool.
Okay. Anybody have any questions from council?
Just
Councilmember Luna?
that's the Hollister School District, right?
That is correct.
San Bernardino.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Hollister School District.
Councilmember Clower?
Yeah, just if we're planning on meeting with the trustees, it seems like we'd want to be a little bit further into this conversation, trying to figure out what's going on. Otherwise, we got 10 people sitting up here kind of wondering what's going on with the contracts.
Yeah, and the way, I mean, our experience in getting getting the council together and their group together, it takes a while. I mean, as just noticed with getting you and the Board of Supervisors together, it went from December to January. So I would imagine that we probably won't be able to get anything together until the last part of January, early February anyway. So we'll hopefully be farther along. Yeah.
Okay. Right. Thank you.
Speakers?
Yes, sir. Sharice Tyson.
No, I think she's
Different item.
she's interested in our schools and our joint agreements, but not that much.
How about Mike Smith? Come on down.
I would think he's probably the same way.
This is going much faster
what
than
we're doing
I
is waking everybody back up.
We'll talk on another item.
This is G5, right?
G5.
This is G5.
Okay, they're not here. I have no speakers.
Okay.
Wait, maybe we woke up Tom.
All right. G6.
G6, real quick. Park Hill, as the council is aware, we opened up our playground the Wednesday before, kind of a soft opening on the Wednesday before Thanksgiving. We have a new playground. Like I said, we did ADA accessible parking spaces. We wanted to make sure that it's completely accessible to everybody. We're going to be working on the restrooms, new picnic area, the new seating along the south side of the park. All of that stuff will be taken care of over the next couple of months as weather permits and as people are available to do that. And we're going to try to rehabilitate the barbecue area as best we can and make that again once again usable to the public. So just real quick, and we can move on. If there's any other questions, I'd be more than happy to try to answer them. If not, then
Any other questions?
No.
Okay.
Okay.
We're making progress. Was there any speaker cards?
No, sir.
Okay. We're going to move to, all right, F7. Why don't we take a 5-minute break? Because I have a feeling from here on out it's going to be very emotional. and it's going to take a little while. So let's. We need a break up here. All right, everyone. Let's wake up and get on this next phase of this. We're on item G7. We're going to be discussing the 2016 Hollister Motorcycle Rally. We're not discussing a promoter tonight. We're not discussing some of the other issues. What we are discussing is whether or not there will be a rally next year. So everyone here, I'm sure, that is interested has their opinions, very strong opinions, including all of us here on the dais. So I want to make sure that we all understand we need to respect each other up here and respect all of you in the audience. There were mistakes in the past, and I'm not going to be up here to place blame. At the end of the day, we have to take blame as City Council for whatever happened. But I want to make sure that we all understand where we're really at. We have some numbers from our finance person, who I think there he is right there. So we'll talk about last year's rally. Unfortunately, the promoter we had did not pay half of his bill for different reasons. Again, at the end of the day, we have to take the blame for not collecting that money. That being said, with the money that was collected and the estimated sales tax that was generated, and we're looking at 35,000 visitors over 3 days. 10, 11, 12,000 people a day spending $100 each equates to about $70,000. So we're going to be very conservative with those numbers. I think we can all agree there was probably a little more than that. That being said, with those numbers, the city is in the positive $35,000. There might be some disagreements, but that's where the city sits now. So we did not lose money last year. On the flip side of that, had we collected the $90,000, we'd be at about $125,000 in the positive. Had we collected more on licensing or the permits, potentially another $40,000, we'd be plus $165,000. The question becomes, is a rally worth it to our community? And again, we all have different opinions. I'll state my opinion, and that is, yes, it is, for a lot of different reasons. Those are what I just said. And the belief that if people are coming to our community to visit us, they're probably going to come back. And the people I've met during the rallies over the years have all been very good people. Every once in a while you meet the knucklehead, and I will admit to that. But if our numbers are holding true and we're bringing in $3.5 million in sales to the community, that's an infusion of $3.5 million. Not all businesses benefit from that. We have to understand that part. Only a few actually benefit, but that is still dollars into the community. There are other costs. Our officers get worked out pretty hard that week. So there's a negative. There's a lot of noise. There's a lot of different things going on. So we have to respect the fact that there are people that don't want the rally as much as there are those that want the rally. What we have to look at as a community is, what are we, as I said with the airport, what are we trying to accomplish here? Are we just looking to have one big party? If we are, who's paying for that party? If we're going to be in the negative, my personal opinion would be, no, we should not have a party. If it's going to be a party full of violence, we shouldn't have the party. If we're having a party like we did last year, that was really a lot of good people coming out. I think where we're failing, though, is trying to understand where we're going to go in the future. We had some good comments, discussions earlier, or I've had with other people. And that is, where do our nonprofits sit in all this? How do we get them more involved so there's more groups benefiting? Does this money go towards our nonprofits if we're actually making money? Well, what's our goal as a community? We're not doing this just for the city. We're doing this for the community. So we're looking forward to hearing all of you and hearing all the council members. I want to make something clear that's really important. Last year, I recused myself from the conversations. I own the Vault restaurant in town, and I do profit if the rally's going on. So I recused myself so I could be part of that. This year, I will be voting on it, so I won't be part of the businesses that are open making money from the rally. Now, I've had an opinion from the FPPC on this matter, and just so the public knows what they told me in a written letter, it's basically that if I were to open the vault and have $20,000 or more of sales, I would be in violation. So I cannot be open as a bar or restaurant because I would be in violation rather quickly. So I have to choose to not be open this year because I personally believe in the rally, and I'm willing to make my own sacrifice for that. And that's all right. I'm not asking for anybody's pity or anything else. It's fine with me. But just so everyone understands, we all make a sacrifice one way or another. And whatever we all decide tonight, we need to decide it together, because one of the biggest problems I'm seeing is the bickering going back and forth on how stupid can we be not doing it, or how stupid can we be by doing it. And that just really needs to stop, because it does nothing for us. And I think it's part of the problem we're having. We are the birthplace of the American biker. I'm proud of that. I love the history of it. I love being here at the first rally back in 96, 97. But again, where are we trying to get to? We need to work with people that are professional enough to pay their bills. Hopefully in the future we can make some better arrangements. But I just wanted to lay the groundwork so you all know where we're really at this year. And we'd like to hear your input. And first I want to ask all the council members their input, and then we can go to all the speaker cards. I'm sure we have a lot of speaker cards on this item. One or two only, okay. So you want to start, Councilmember Luna?
Mr. Mayor, at this time, I would like to hear from the public.
Okay.
I will not make my commentaries.
Great. Councilmember Friend?
Well, I don't think there's any secret that I've been involved with this rally since day one. There's some other people in the audience that have been with us, and I support the rally, and I think it's, I understand the question about what good do we get out of it. I'm sorry that we haven't been able to make it a going concern, because, when you're dealt four aces, you got to play them. We were dealt 1947, and they made a movie of it, and they made us the beginning of the biker revolution, and everybody equates all over the United States when I travel. Oh, you live in Hollister, are they going to have a rally? I've been to the rally. I want to go to the rally. So I just think we're missing the boat. But I don't have the business sense to make it a go. I'm just saying I support the rally, and I think we should continue to support it. We did continue. We voted 3 years ago to sanction the rally for 10 years. We just haven't had any good luck with the promoters yet. So we'll find the right one. They're out there. That's all I have.
Okay. Councilmember Gomez?
I'll wait till after public comment.
Great. Councilmember Clower?
I'd like to save my remarks as well.
Okay. Okay, so what we're going to do again is open it up to all of you to hear from all of you. Again, we're not here to choose a promoter tonight. We're here to talk about whether there will be a rally or not next year. So as we hear from you, we'll give direction back to staff on the path forward, or we end it all tonight.
Mr. Mayor, I didn't mean to be glib before. I actually have 4 speakers' cards now, and the first speaker is Mike Smith.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. Mike Smith, City of Hollister. So I support the rally in theory. However, we need to do a better job with the rally. And in business, there's, at least the way I was taught in my career, 4 things you have to do, and as it pertains to this event, is plan, do, check, and improve. Where we've done a lot of the planning and the doing, we haven't done a lot of any of the check and improve. And that's critical to understand how the event can be more successful, how you can build the brand, how you can make Hollister and San Bernardino County more of a tourist destination. So I will be brief. I do support the concept of the rally. I'm willing to volunteer whatever time I have to help doing the checking and the improving part. But also critical to this is to get a better understanding of how is this being done in Sturgis and other areas. It's really tough, in my opinion, to try to make an event like this be successful just one weekend. Can we figure out a way to make it a week-long event, at least try to get more people in here, maybe add more music events, try to incentivize people to invest in building campgrounds to accommodate larger crowds, that type of thing. So that's it. I'll be brief, but thank you, and I encourage everyone to support the rally. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And just to add or point something out, I think if we are to continue as a city to be involved with the rally, commit to it, I think you're absolutely right. A couple of our council members need to attend some of the other rallies throughout the country to find out exactly how these other communities are doing it and doing it right. I think the hands-off approach just doesn't work, and I think we could figure that out pretty quickly, but we do have to attend some of these other rallies.
Christy Howe.
Good evening. My name is Christine Howe, a homeowner, tax-paying member of the community of Hollister. Been here many times for many of the same reasons. Very supportive of the rally, have been for a long time. Served on one of the rally committees in the past. I have attended numerous rallies and events outside of Hollister's. Met with many of the world-known rally supporters, the people who sponsor, the vendors who attend. The questions that come to our minds, even though if you're 100% behind the rally, is what processes were done in the last couple of years to get to where we were or we find ourselves? Was there ever an RFP process required for this decision that's been publicly listed? We've been told through blogs and through people on what's happening in Hollister that Roadshow Productions that did the rallies in Nevada are coming. Has anybody else on council been able to speak with them? Is there any sort of public documentation from Roadshow? What are they offering? How much money are they going to be required to put down? Has anybody looked to see if them or any of their associates owe us any tax money or fees from previous rallies? You know, how many council members were involved in this decision? Was there any public discussion of who could come in, and were there any other people besides Roadshow? All we're asking for is clarity and transparency. It's really hard to support a surprise once every year. You know, we had momentum building in 2013 and 2014, and I won't go into all the details of why we think that went south, but it did. And there's probably still going to be litigation from that in the situations that happen. The discussions to move it off of the 4th of July weekend. You mentioned that we started in 48. They've been coming here for 69 years on Independence Weekend, and now we want to move it to the 10th. There's just so much confusion, so much lack of focus, and so much lack of information. It's hard to say, do we want to support it, and exactly what are we supporting? There's just way too many questions, and if we're to follow the rules that everyone else was subject to, why wasn't there an RFP process? Is there going to be some sort of committee or back? You know, we need more information, and I think part of the council members need more information. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Keith Snow.
Mayor, Council, my name is Keith Snow, I'm resident officer. I've been on the river. I've been going around for years. I've read my letter before, Paragraph last. And the bikers, I know I've been hot. I'm involved. I just go hot. One day August 9th, and then with P and Reno there. I played to press Benz over there. I'm Benz Orton. But what we do need to do, you forgot, Mayor, that we borrowed $108,000 from the downtown association and lose out $90,000. So are we willing to risk? I thought we, as a community, as a document, we should. But one thing we should do is read the rest of the letter I wrote. There too, right? And be our article. I'm for the rally. I've been for rally since it's been years. When I was younger too, I was a here. I'm a new officer. Down to I got friends in Tucson, Oregon, over in the Sacramento. We always go rally in the officer. And what's happening is we're losing trust of citizens by making the bad decisions. We should make right decisions. If you look there, once you make a committee again, people involved with the rally that want to input feedback from the citizens. I like I said before, I wouldn't mind being part of it. I have a truck. Let's be self-sufficient. Let's be doing with the community. I wouldn't mind volunteering my truck to pick up the trash, if you're making whatever. We should make a self-sufficient city. And one thing too, don't pay until we know any harm on. That's a city. Two things to sell the booths. We had the ideas. I got great ideas. Let's be a self-sufficient city. For this city, for city manager, for all you guys. Let's get us as a city, and let citizens have better citizenship, be a part of the city, to make things right. And we don't need that. Oh, let's do things ourselves. Be control, self-sufficient city, and government. And what do you think? When do you want people be involved?
Thank you very much, Mr. Snow.
Carol Lenore.
Good evening. I'm Carol Lenore, San Benito Street. I wasn't intending on speaking, but Mike made me nervous when he said maybe you should have it 7 days. I'm going to tell you that I live in ground zero of the rally, and it's loud. It's loud leading up to the rally. It's loud at the rally, and it's loud a couple of days after as they're taking down things, and there's still that rally thing. I have very mixed feelings on the rally. I actually like the rally, but I didn't want you to not hear that. It's a big impact on us that live down there. You go home at night, you don't hear the rally. We hear the rally 24/7. I was thankful to the council last year for closing the bars at midnight, I think it was. It was a noticeable improvement, so that they're not taking off from the bars at 2 p.m., at 2 a.m. instead of 12. But we've lived with it. I don't ever say anything about it because I know it's a popular event. But I wanted you to know that there are a lot of residents that don't care for that event. And that's a lot of it stems from the noise. One thing I'll ask you, and then I'll be done. The 800 block of San Benito takes a pretty good beating because they're coming out of that controlled speed limit downtown. So what do you think they're doing when they're leaving that area and the controlled area of the rally? They're hauling you know what, and it's loud because they're cutting loose right there. And I'd like to see a little more traffic enforcement on the 800 block if you proceed with the rally. And also, I want to make sure the city is very truthful with all their staff time costs. I work for the city in the planning department. There was a lot of rally business, and I want to make sure that those costs are factored in to the city's costs, that staff time with benefits. And I know that you guys do some analysis like that. It's probably a little bit more than what you realize. And that goes for the yard as well as planning, police, and fire. There's an immense amount of time spent on this rally from city staff. So I want to make sure it's all accounted for. And anytime this rally goes in the black, anytime this rally goes in the red, I don't think that the rest of the citizens should pay for that. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak.
Thank you very much.
Sharice Tyson.
Hi, Council, Chief, Sharice Tyson, tax-paying business owner, and definitely a promoter of the rally. I was hoping we wouldn't be having this conversation for 7 years because I was real excited in 2013 when we had a unanimous vote to sanction this rally. And what it gave your constituents was the commitment that you were going to get behind it, and everybody was real excited about that. And I believe that even though Ms. Luna and Mr. Clower, were not a part of that vote, this council made a commitment, and there are so many people that, were happy about that. And the chief did a fantastic job in the wake of Waco and all that. It was a safe rally. People had a great time, and it was a big benefit to a lot of people in the city besides just bars and restaurants. There's gas stations, there's grocery stores, there's liquor stores, there's hotels, there's a lot of people that benefit from this. The analogy I can only think of is a woman complaining to her best friend that she's getting divorced for the 5th time, and she doesn't know why she keeps picking these losers. Well, her best friend says there's one common denominator. So not to insult anybody, but we need to figure out what's going wrong here. I happen to be a big promoter for Chuck and Convex and was very disappointed in the way things went. But he felt he was let down, too, and the commitments that were made to him were not followed through, like letting the scab T-shirt people come in and stuff like that. So if we just learn from these experiences, I know we're working towards the right promoter that will do the job. The 70th is coming, and to walk away from this now, I think, would be absolutely insane. So just find the right promoter that works with you and follow that commitment, go through with that commitment, because this means a lot to a lot of businesses, not just restaurants and bars. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I have no more cards.
Is there anyone else that would like to speak? Or forever hold your peace? No? All right. We'll hear from the council members next. Councilmember Luna?
Yeah, I just wanted to mention the fact that since I was born and raised in this community and our family lived on Fallon Road, that was 1947, and I know all my brothers were downtown, you know, on top of the Bank of America building. They all tell me about it. It was something very different and disastrous to the city at that time. I've listened to so many people. Some people have called me, texted me, to actually talk about the rally. I worked the city of Hollister. I knew, when the 50th was planned, there was actually a committee made up of community members, law enforcement, and everybody. This room was packed, and everybody came together to talk about it and to see how it was going to be planned. It seems like everybody got away from that. And all of a sudden, you know, promoters come in. And they want to cut. And they, of course, they want to make money. And they want to leave the city with money. To me, it seems like when I first heard that the promoter did not pay the $90,000, that was a complete turnoff for me. Because, you know what, you have an agreement that that you were supposed to pay the city $180,000, and you paid $90,000, and you felt I can get away with it. Nobody's billing me, and this is not about a billing. This is an agreement. This is something that you signed that you would pay. I really get offended by the fact that people think that they can come into this small little town, have a heck of a time, you know, on a festival or a rally, and leave bills behind. And you heard the reports tonight. That we're hurting. We're really hurting. And we're hoping that through some changes, Hollister will change. One of the reasons that I walk my district is because people say that the rally benefits all businesses. No, it doesn't. It benefits a few businesses downtown. The west side, if you drive through there as you're going out to San Juan or Salinas, Monterey, you can see the need on that side of town. There's small little mom and pop shops. There's grocery store, a bakery, you know. I walked it the other day, and I wanted to see what the community thought. That's my district. I represent them. And so what I did is I walked it. And I can tell you that not one business there supports the rally. Not one, because in fact, a grocery store that's there also has one downtown. They have to pay additional security for their lot. The people that, you know, the residents that go to those stores do not go during that week. They do not go. You know, I mean, I even went and spoke to people in a liquor store because I thought, oh, well, this is probably where they will come. They said no. They come, they go, stay in the parking lot, zoom off. You know, if we're going to think about something that's going to happen for the good of the city, it's going to be for the good of everybody. I know a member of our city council mentioned that we need, you know, we have to have passion in order to make this a go. The passion's going to come from the residents. They're going to support it. It's not just the people that come and go. Believe me, I have a lot of relatives that have Harleys, you know, and many come and go. And they're here 3-4 hours and they're gone, you know. And I'm thinking, really, is this helping the whole community? I have a major concern that somebody that left owing us money may tell other people, and I'm sure it's all out already, that they can come back and do the same. Because after all, Hollister, go have some fun and leave. I have a major concern with that. I really feel of the residents, a lot of the people that don't go out during the rally, that stay home. I really feel that the rally could work. It really could. But you know what? Just like everybody says, get it together. I think we need to stop and realize that maybe it can work. But you know what? Let's stop for a moment. Let's stop for a year. Let's look at everything. Let's go back to when it barely started. And, in 1997 when the 50th was held, and a lot of people came. Let's think about that. Because I think if we all together get our heads together to plan something that is good for the community, involves our nonprofit in the community, then something could work out. But we plan these things continuously, plan 6 months in advance for an event that's going to cover that you want to invite or bring in over 50,000 people in a community like this. I think we really, really have to think about that. And my recommendation to the city council, whether they want it or not, would be, let's put a hold on it for 1 year. Let's think about it. Let's get together. Let's put our heads together. So make it work. And yes, I think that another anniversary that is coming up could be something that could really be celebrated. Could be celebrated not only for our businesses, but for the people of the city of Hollister. And that's my commentary.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Friend?
I have no comment.
You can comment later, or okay.
I might talk later.
Okay. Councilmember Gomez?
Nothing.
Nothing yet. Councilmember Flower?
Yes. So I'll try to keep the commentary linear. Ms. Tyson, I understand the saying that if everyone around you is a problem, look at yourself. But the issue I have with that is that we haven't always picked the losers. That was somebody else's issue, if I remember. And that was also the supporters of the rally picked the loser last time. And that's kind of a blunt thing, but that's what happened. And hindsight's 2020. If I remember it right, people ran one guy out of town, brought another guy in, said, "Hey, this guy's the savior. He's gonna save the rally. He's the best thing." And now we sit here, and we're stuck questioning ourselves again. So I think you're right that there's something wrong with the process, and it's broken. But it's not necessarily super simple that the 5 people who are up here who kind of change every couple years, yet we have a problem with the rally for a decade and a half. It's not that simple. Another item. I'm not going to abide by a prior council's decision to have a rally for 10 years just because they said it. It's not a binding agreement. Obviously, the HDA can break their contracts. The promoters can break their contracts. Why can we sit up here and we have to just say, there were three of you guys were on there at the time, and there was 2 other people. They're smart people. We have to learn from the mistakes that the council and that the promoters and that the HDA and the citizens have made. We can't just bury our head in the sand and say, hey, you know what, they said it, let's do it for 10 years. You wouldn't do that with a business. You wouldn't do that with your family. And I'm not going to sit here and do it with a rally. Okay? There are major merits to the rally. There are. I think that the tax revenue is probably higher than we expected. But there's also major concerns. Safety is a concern every year. And one of the reasons why the numbers looked as good as they did is because we probably didn't have enough cops here last year. Right? There weren't. We would have liked to have more cops here, and that's why that number was so low. If we have one bad incident, you're talking hundreds of thousands of dollars. It could wipe out years of the rally revenue. I also have major concerns with the process that we've been going through. I've only been on here for a little over a year, but there's some issues with the process that we're taking. The The first being that I don't think that we're necessarily following the steps sequentially that we do with every other item that comes across the council. We need to have an RFP. Is it too late in the game to have an RFP? Some may think so, but that's the only way that this process is transparent. You have to have an RFP. I feel personally, and I'm only speaking for myself, that I am at a disadvantage in terms of information when it comes to the rally. I think that there's other council members, I think that there's community members, there's rally supporters who have more information than I do, and that's frustrating, and it's not how it should be at all. If anybody knows what's going on, it should be these 5 people plus the department heads that are handling it. But that's not always what comes across. And when I have to read information that's not in an agenda packet, it's not in a meeting with the city manager, it's not in a meeting with the chief of police, and I'm getting information from other sources before I get it from the people that we pay very well to do their jobs, that's frustrating. With all that being said, I think that any direction that takes place needs to come as a consensus from the council. We sit here, there's 5 of us, there's 3 votes. It has to be 3 people that tell staff what to do at any time. It shouldn't be any different for the rally. We shouldn't have pieces acting out of course with the council as a whole. I want to thank Carol because that was my question just 2 days ago or yesterday to Brett was, are we getting reimbursed for staff time? Because the people who are getting paid the best in the city and have the most responsibility, we're not taking into account how much time they're spending on this. My feeling is that if the chief weren't focused on the rally, he'd probably be focused on something else that's very important. That's a decision that he has to make every single time something with the rally comes up. It's the same thing with Brett. It's the same thing with Mike. It's the same thing with Billy. That these are well-paid, smart, intelligent civil servants who are spending tax dollars on this, so that has to be taken into consideration if we're going to be reimbursed for a rally. That being said, I'm not against having the 2016 rally, but we have to do it in a specific, sequential, the same steps that we do with everything else. It can't act outside of the process. There needs to be an RFP. I'm not going to vote for any contract that we don't get paid well in advance, not 4 days before the rally, not 2 days before the rally. We're talking 20, 30 days in advance, and I'd like to have an item on the agenda for the meeting that follows when we're supposed to get paid that says we're canceling the rally, and then we can pull the item if we get paid. If we don't, then we're on our heels the whole time. And I'm sorry, but I don't trust any promoters. I don't trust any vendors. I don't trust anybody who's coming through because it's been proven that we can't trust these people. And we shouldn't trust them. This is the first year should be kind of working out the kinks, getting to know the promoter, making sure that he pays us for what he gets out of it. So that's kind of where I'm at. This is for me. I'd like to move forward, but it's not a yes forever. It's a yes for now, if that makes sense.
Councilman Gomez?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to make mine short as well. So a couple of things I'll request. If we want to move forward, if not, then I'll vote no to have the rally next year, and we could just cancel it. But if we want to move forward with the rally, this is what I'm going to request. Number one, an RFP. We need to send out an RFP if we want a promoter. If they want to bid, awesome, go ahead, bid. I don't want, we've had an issue with nonprofits being involved with either the chamber or the downtown association. So obviously this may be a little bit too much to handle for some of our nonprofits here. So if we do move forward, we need to have a committee set up, a committee of citizens and stakeholders, and somebody obviously from the city to be involved, either the city manager or designee to be involved in this committee. Number three, no politicians. I don't want a politician on that committee. The biggest complaint that I've received over the 4 years has been political involvement. Specifically, 2 names. I'm not going to name them here today, but I hear nothing but complaints of 2 individuals that are sitting up here today being involved in micromanaging the rally. And I've heard it, God, at least like 30 different people said that to me. So no politicians. Clear. If there's any politicians involved, I'm not going to support it. So I'm supportive of bringing something next month to send out an RFP with those recommendations being included. Thank you.
Councilman Friend, you want to make a comment yet, or you want me to make some more comments?
No, RFP is a grand idea. This is not a construction company, and there's not 15,000 promoters out there licking their chops to come back here and give us a proposal. But hey, if that's what it takes, that's what it takes. I'll do anything I can. The fact that the council shouldn't be involved in it, we hired somebody to take care of it, and they dropped the ball. That's one of the things we learned, that, like you say, the nonprofits don't seem to be large enough to handle it, or didn't want to handle it. They didn't have the passion for it. They didn't even want to do it, but they took it on. So we learned from that. I agree with you that the payment should be in an escrow account long before the rally even starts. The payment should have been made before the last rally was smart. The guy sits here and complains about he lost money. He didn't know that before the rally, and he didn't pay his bills. He didn't know that the T-shirt sales that he had weren't T-shirts that people wanted. Somebody else was selling the ones that they wanted, so he got lost out on that. He made some bad decisions. We have to live with those decisions. I think one of the things Carson was saying was that he didn't know anything about it. Well, that's part of the political problem, and maybe Victor's right. Maybe there shouldn't be any politicians on there, because we can't get more than 2 of us together to talk about it. If you get 3 of us together, then we have to sit here and invite everybody to talk about it. So it's pretty hard to negotiate with somebody when you have to negotiate with 35,000 people. It's not going to work. So maybe if we had somebody that wants to step up, form a committee and do it, fine. But just to do away with the rally, especially when we're looking at the 70th anniversary coming up next year, if we don't have a rally this year, there won't be a rally in 2017. The promoters will go on to something else. Their major sponsors have already committed their budgets. If we don't get something done in the next couple of weeks, there will not be any money for somebody to pay the city to do the rally. So I'm real concerned if we don't do something, at least to commit to work with somebody tonight, we're going to lose everything. We'll lose not only 2016, but the anniversary one will be history. There won't be any better promoters because there's no consistency with Hollister. One of the major complaints I heard from a couple of the major sponsors was they don't know whether we're going to have one or not, so why would they commit money? And that's probably because we have to go through this same process every year and satisfy 5 people who have different opinions, and we have to satisfy them every year as to whether we're going to have a rally. We thought we had the right guy. He talked to us about 5-year plans. He talked to us about having to lose money a couple of years. First shot he gets out of the barrel, he loses a little money, he rolled over on us. So all of that's education. I agree with you. We have learned, but if we don't move forward, we might as well just never talk about it again. And the fact that the city didn't lose money on the deal, we don't have any problem with the air show. We're losing our butt on that every year. Let's not have that either. And the car show and the farmers market. We don't make any money on the farmers market. Why are we shutting down town for every Wednesday for 19 weeks? That's all I got to say.
Councilmember Luna, did you want to add something?
Yeah, I You know, I'm thinking about what Victor is saying, but also I think, you know, we really have to think about the money that is currently being owed. And also, I don't even know why the city negotiated, or maybe it wasn't the city or I don't know who actually negotiated the business license. We lost $37,000 in revenue because of the business license that was negotiated down to a bare minimum. You know, I mean, add that to the 90. And I'm sure the staffing, and Carol, you bring it up because you're a former employee like I am. And yeah, it takes a lot of time, and it takes management to be part of it. So I'm just hoping, Mr. Mayor, when you do take the vote, I would like to request a roll call vote.
Yeah. So going several good, as I pointed out earlier at the beginning, a lot of great opinions, discussions, pro and con. I can remember the rally when it got started and those years afterwards, and being in my restaurant talking to people from France, Germany, Japan, you name it, they were here. All over the world, they were here. Then we cut the rally off. We started it again. They came back. We cut it off again. They didn't come back when we started again. Not in the numbers that they were originally. We lost a huge chunk of people. Now, those foreigners, I don't see them as we used to see them. There's some. But our name, Hollister, is still recognized around the world. My sister lives in Croatia, and she tells me a story about having lunch at a cafe, and she saw a couple Croatian bikers, and she mentioned Hollister. And she said they almost fell out of their seats talking about Hollister, how it's their dream to come here someday and come to the rally, the Hollister rally, the birthplace. So it's around the world. We have to decide as a council or as a city what role we play in it. I personally think the problem we've had is we put an arm's length distance from the rally. We chose to put that burden onto somebody else and hope that if it went well, we'd get a little credit, and if it went bad, we'd blame them for it. But as I said back then, when it goes bad, nobody knows anybody but us up here. And that's exactly what happened. It wasn't even a split second before we were being blamed for it. And we should be. We didn't ask for the money that last month. If we had asked for that money, we wouldn't be having this conversation. But we didn't take responsibility of it. I hear a lot of complaining about politicians being involved. I can tell you, have I been vocal about the rally? I have. Have I spoken to these promoters over the last few years? I have. And I've told everyone the same thing. You need to pay the city their money. Otherwise, you are not going to have a rally. And I'd be the first one to stop it. But we decided to step back from that, hoping somebody else would do that for us. And when it didn't happen, we're once again blaming each other for it. It's our fault. It is our fault for trying to put it in somebody else's hands. We should be blamed for it, as we are now. And we should take that responsibility, not pawn it off on somebody else. We should know what works best around the country. We should be having committee meetings with one or two council members, updating us exactly what's going on and making sure we're okay. We should begin that final update in June, as Councilmember Clower pointed out. Did the payment come in? No, it didn't. There is no rally. We shouldn't be afraid of stopping the rally. I don't mind for 1 second. If that payment doesn't come in early June, there's no rally. Because the public shouldn't have to go through that. But we have to take responsibility somewhere. And I think Councilmember Gomez is correct. What happened to the people that were passionate about this rally? Where are they? I know you're here because you guys have been here all night. I know. I love you guys. But he's right. We need to get back involved here. These promoters need to know we're going to hold them accountable. And that's what it comes down to. If they know we're not going to hold them accountable, they're going to take advantage of us, as they did. They were all good people, but they saw a loophole and they took it. We can't change the past. All we can do now is decide if we want to go forward, how are we going to do it? Are we going to put that RFP out? I really don't mind. The question's been asked that if I'd been doing some kind of negotiation behind the scene, I'll tell you all again publicly, once we found out we weren't being paid and the public found out, yeah, of course the promoter called me and said, can we get back in? Because we put in a proposal 3 years ago. You have our proposal. Can we come in now? We told you back then we were the right people. Does that mean they are or not? I don't know. But I do know there was no secret things going on anywhere. All I want are for people to hold up their end of the bargain. And I personally have said it again over and over, you are going to pay the city whole or you're not playing in our city. And when the former person made those comments, I said, I can't work with somebody that can't keep their end of the bargain up. I wasn't involved in those negotiations, but I can tell you now that I am, now that I know you didn't pay us, I will never allow you to come over here and play that game on us again. Pay your bills. So we have to make that decision here. You hear a lot of different views here. None of them are wrong. But we have to decide. Postponing it for a year, we lose a rally again permanently. I can tell you that. Is it perfect right now? Absolutely not. Can we make it perfect with ideas from all of you? We can make it pretty darn good. I know that. But everybody needs to step up now. We do need to find a promoter because we, as a community, can't pull it off that quickly. That's the reality of it. Oh.
Can I make an out of order comment?
Me too.
In a second. But together we can do that. So I'm open to several ideas that are up here. I think most importantly, we need to move forward in a way that not only are we holding the promoter accountable, you're holding us accountable. I don't want to put the blame on anybody else. If I'm going to be up here and not be open next year, I want to be blamed for it or I want to be thanked for it. No other way. We can't play this game any longer. It's time for us to commit. The 70th is coming up. That's going to be national, worldwide. We're either in or we're out.
Yeah, real quick. My industry, we have inspectors, building inspectors. The inspector protects you, the property owner, and protects me, the builder. The inspector holds the, in this case, the promoter's feet to the fire. Let some of us locals be the inspector for you. You write the spec book, we'll hold their feet to the fire.
And one thing that what's called common, this people's committee, I remember, and I wrote an article about that, right? Have to be part of the city. And you guys both sides, you'll see it, right? I have a good plan how to do it. We have the tools, we have all the stuff here. What we can do, like for the big events, okay, with what's going into the band thing, we have all the things, we make it stages, we make the city be involved, we have all the, like the plan committee, right? You guys, city council, manager, pay for the booths, right? The booths will be for the events, right? And where we want to do it. Because one thing when the board said, it's ridiculous. Let's do local, right? Do all the out times, you got
Right. We got. Thank you, Keith. Thank you. And we have one more comment over here. Now we haven't been timing, so if you can keep it short. There's a few more, and we have one more major topic after this. But yes, please.
Mike Smith. Carol, I didn't mean we should have a week-long motorcycle rally outside your door. I meant, spread it throughout the county, number one. Number two is, I read somewhere Hollister Chief of Police got an award for managing the security. Is that correct, Chief?
The police department did, yes.
Yeah. So, there you go.
And they did an excellent job. They deserved every award they got.
I forgot to request, and I know you've asked before, I'd really like to see a Board of Equalization agent here. I just get the feeling that money's going in here instead of in the register. And I'm all about sales tax. That's why I stumped for Measure E for 5 months. And I want sales tax here. That's why I even put up with the rally. Number one is because I want the downtown to have business. I live downtown, I like to see it flourish. It's better for me. But the Board of Equalization needs to play a role, and somebody's got to make them do that.
And I think we all agree on that. And that's
But they're declining
what we can do.
to send somebody in.
Yeah, we'll work on that.
Thank you.
Councilmember Clark, you had another
Yeah,
comment?
I was just thinking about Councilmember Gomez's comments. I think that we just kind of need to remember what our job is, and that's to create policy, dictate the policy, not necessarily manage. The citizens pay the managers well to manage. That's not our role. Our role is to dictate the policy, and I think if we remember that, then that's going to kind of cut out a little bit of the issues that I felt personally.
Can I? Not that I need to wrap this up or anything, but I think there's a couple of things that I think is super important to say here. One is that most of us have been through several different rallies with several different promoters. I don't like to hear the council say, you need to take the blame for somebody. That's like Bank of America saying they're going to take the blame for somebody not paying a mortgage. That contract, for anybody who's out there listening, was so simple about when money was owed. There wasn't any tricks involved. There wasn't any percentages involved. We did it this last year before the rally in an attempt to not have what happened years prior and people paying after the rally. The most important thing about the rally and promoters is most of the money, or a good sum of money, come to the rally promoter the days just before the rally because they don't know who's actually going to be there. Vendors show up the day, sometimes actually even during the rally, so they have no idea who's actually going to be there and where their revenue is generated. So they request that they pay us after the rally. We try to do something a little bit different and have them pay us right before on the July 1st. That was a policy decision that the council made in an attempt not to lose money on the rally. So when the mayor sits and says it's our fault or that you guys should take blame, that's absolutely not the case. You took appropriate action to make sure that you got paid for the rally. When you didn't get paid on July 1st, you were not going to sit there and have a meeting on July 2nd to say you weren't having a rally. You would put Dave in a bad spot.
I appreciate that, but
no, I just want to make sure that I think that the staff has done their job, the council has done their job. We did everything we said we were going to do. The HDA tried to do everything they said they were going to do. You had somebody who flat didn't pay.
Right.
Period. It's very, very simple. And we've never said that until now.
I appreciate that, but at the end of the day, it stops somewhere. Here's what I would ask of the council members and the support of everyone here. I'd like to see an RFP put out, and in that RFP, the fee of the $180,000 paid by June 1st, because I don't believe we should wait till the last minute. So that's paid completely by that time. I'd like to see that committee, you out here today, help. I'd like to see a couple of council members involved with your committee to make sure it's going right. And I would like to see a couple of us, whoever that is, attend some events so we're learning each year. Mistakes are okay. It's when we learn from them. If we don't learn from them, we're going to repeat them. So I think, barring this issue of him not paying, it would have been a great rally. This would be a great second rally. We learned. Sales tax issues, so on. We're learning. That's how I'd like to see this happen. I think all these ideas here today were very important. And more importantly, how do we get our other businesses involved, make sure they're benefiting from the rally? How do we get our residents involved? How do we get our nonprofits involved to make sure they're benefiting? We have to make this a win for as many people as possible to make it worth it. If not, only a few people benefit, it does become tough on you after a while. So if the council is accepting of those ideas or any others you might have, I think we can move forward.
If I could, Mr. Mayor, really quick. So I'm fine with an RFP. We do need to send out an RFP. I wouldn't put a figure. I wouldn't put 180,000 in there. I'd like to see what, at least we know what our base costs are, but I don't think we need to do that. A committee of citizens and the city manager as designee. I'm not going to support any council member being on this. We have plenty of committees with no council members. We just had a presentation by our Measure E committee, no council members. We don't need to have the council members or the mayor involved. And then the payment, obviously, by June 1st, I support that. So I think we could find some consensus here. But I think overall, I just wouldn't support any elected officials involved. Thank you.
Any other recommendations from anyone else?
I think it's going to be pretty difficult to do without somebody from the council. If we're going to accept the blame for the problems, I'm not going to accept the blame for a committee that I have nothing to do with or no input to. So if that's the way it's going to go, then I'm not going to support it.
Well, again, I think we're close to something here. I'd like to hear those of you that are interested in being in a committee. Do you think it's important to have a council member with you sit on that committee? You feel it's important? I think if we can get that, because I really do think it's important to have that. They have our support.
Yeah.
You keep each other's side of the street clean by working together.
Yeah, and I don't have any problems with, say, the chairman of the committee, giving briefing the council on updates. I don't want a politician involved in the committee, and that's where I stand.
Can I just interject one quick point? In your RFP process, people need to realize that the promoters don't come in with $500,000 in their back pocket. They have to reach out to major sponsors who are willing to work with them. So this has to be done post haste and giving whoever you're planning to reach out to at least a minute to try to put together which sponsors money he or she thinks they can gather. It's just not going to be that simple. There aren't 15,000 million.
Yes,
Right?
I agree.
That's all a fiscal thing that has to happen before January's over. Nobody's going to know how much money they have to support another rally in July.
Thank you. Hang on a second, Mr. Snow. Mr. Clower.
I would like to move this on and suggest that
I'm going to live and die with the RFP, okay? Because I think that's really the root of the whole issue. And I'm not a huge passionate person with the rally one way or another, but I do try to abide by the processes that have been put in place, and systems really help organizations be successful. And in this case, we don't have a system, and I think the fact that if we toss out the RFP, then we're right back where Victor thinks that we are, and that we actually have one or two people kind of pushing the decision. Is the timing good? Probably not. Maybe it's too late, but I can't move forward without having, at least knowing that we put it out there to see if there was anybody else.
I think
and what
there
they can
might
offer.
be a solution there, and I think
Councilmember
we ought
Frank.
to move forward and put the RFP out. And in the 45 days that it takes to collect the RFP, I think we should have a meeting and decide whether we're going to have a committee and who's going to be members of that committee. And advertise to the people of Hollister, if you want to be on that committee and you think you have something to put into that committee, let's have a meeting and sit down and talk about it. But we got to get the RFP out because, like the lady in the back said, the major corporations are just waiting because by January they're going to spend their money somewhere else. The major sponsors.
And I agree. I think we'd have to shorten that from 45 to.
Yeah. Look, I think we probably can end this right now. I think there's two big key factors that I think we need to know. Dave absolutely needs to know the dates of the rally, okay, which is a huge thing that you should probably discuss. Even if you're considering it or not considering it, you have to know where you want the rally to fall. I think the second part is that, yeah, I would ask the council to direct staff to put the RFP out right now.
I would agree. And
I think it's going to be 1, 2, 3, isn't it? Because the 4th is a Monday.
Well, I think we could stay with the 4th of July weekend. We're not going to experience the 4th on a weekend for 4 years. So that's going to give us the time to be built up, do what we need to do when that 4th year comes up. We should be prepared. If we're not prepared at that point, folks, there's nothing that's going to save us. So I think we could still stay with that. The weekend we've been using throughout this rally.
Can we get the chief's input on how he feels about which weekend? It sounds like his opinion is probably most important.
The issue that we always run into is just finding personnel. Last year, we didn't even get close to it. Maybe on a Monday, that'll be better. The problem is the weekend will coincide with some days off, so I don't know. Not sure.
Okay. I think you've been quiet all night, so.
It's for Billy and council. Can the city legally collect the funds through a joint check process where vendors, promoters, liquor money comes in both the names of the promoter and the city? To kind of
I don't want to get bogged down to those. Right now we're talking about is the RFP, the weekend. I think historically it's a very important weekend. It's not, obviously it does create some problems with PD, but I think as we have 4 years to make that a little better. I think it's a different rally now. But we need to make a decision.
Do you see a big deal with it being the weekend after, the 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th?
Well, the big player downtown is the Vets Building. The Vets Building is already booked the weekend after the 4th of July.
Okay.
It's open on the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd.
It wouldn't be the Independence Rally to take it out of Independence Day. Sorry,
Well,
I'm a military veteran. It plays on several different angles for me. My father, both my grandparents.
It has to be the 1st.
I would agree, and I think it's...
So we're talking about having it on a Monday?
No, that weekend. But
okay.
Saturday and Sunday.
So we're not going to have it on Independence Day?
Well, it will be on this.
Be considered the rally.
No, actually, the last day of the rally would
It's
be
Sunday.
on the 3rd.
But we fall on that weekend. It's considered Independence the weekend. So okay, let's stay with that. Get the RFP out. That's what I'm hearing from everyone. As you said, tomorrow.
Can we take this action tonight?
We're just consensus to get the staff.
Can we legally take this action? But we don't have an RFP to approve before we send out.
We had one in the past.
Do we need to have a special meeting, or?
No, we had one from the past. We can.
That can be a staff. Your instructions are fairly clear.
Yeah.
And Billy's writing it all down.
Cool. Okay. Excellent. Yeah, I mean, I think obviously we're still going to be left with the question on the committee, but I don't have a problem moving forward with just an RFP tonight.
We'll work towards the committee. We'll solve the other parts.
Mr. Mayor, yeah, just for the record, I'm not in consensus.
Okay.
I stand with the taxpayers of the city of Hollister for $90,000 and additional $37,000.
Okay. Thank you. That will be duly noted. So the consensus to put out the RFP for that weekend. All right. Is there any other questions, City Manager? You have a confused look on.
I'm sure there's no.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
No, that you guys just did the easy part.
Yeah. But I want to thank all of you for 11:30. So you.
I get up at 3 a.m. to go to work.
I'm going to give you guys a big round of applause for sticking it out, guys. Thank you. We still got another hour here.
They didn't take a
So.
Where can I drop off my contact information? I'd like to find a fellow. I want to volunteer.
Excellent. Well, just take one of the business cards up there. That's okay. You can leave it over here with the city clerk. All right, folks. Thank you very much. We're going to go to item 8. Update on the COG joint powers.
Motion to continue to the January 19th meeting.
There's a motion to table that until the January meeting.
I'll second that.
Motion is second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. All right. Item G9.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. At the December 7th meeting, the council requested a review of Ordinance 1058, which was an urgency ordinance, and then subsequent ordinance number 1059. I provided you with a copy of both of those for your review and comment. The only real difference is that I believe in the urgency ordinance, which is the earlier one, the 1058, it had findings that the city council was required to make to enact the urgency ordinance. Otherwise, the language is essentially the same. Brad is here to answer any questions. We have other...
Yeah, I asked my partner Aaron, who's been helping other cities, to be here if the city had any questions on the legality. And then I believe also Mr. Sean Donahoe, who's been a consultant to numerous cities, and the California lobbyist, or I don't know, maybe he's there, worked on the AB.
And the reason I brought it up, Billy, was I wanted the opinion of the city attorney to see if it could be revised to allow medical marijuana dispensaries in certain areas of the city.
Certainly.
Not the downtown, but in the more industrial areas. And if that was possible, to bring that back to the council for a vote on whether that could be revised.
Well, the answer is clearly yes. Any ordinance can be amended. There is some question whether they can be amended during the same term, meaning calendar year. But anyone, and those can be reconsidered, not amended. But after they've been in effect, they can be amended. They can be repealed.
Well, I think that was what I was looking for. Was once we have that opinion, then I was going to ask the council if they would give consensus to have that rewritten so that the ordinance prohibits the dispensaries and everywhere but a small area of downtown. Because if we just rescind the ordinance, then every vacant building in town will have a dispensary in it.
Well,
I would rather. I don't want to get into the argument as to whether it's good for the community or bad for the community yet. I'm just asking if we could get the ordinance presented back to us, rewritten to limit to the industrial area out by the airport.
You can zone accordingly, and you could choose where you want to zone, what use, what areas could be as either a matter of right or usually they require some type of a use permit.
And if nobody else on the council has an opinion on that, that's all I was looking for, was to get the ordinance revisited. I know tonight maybe not the time to argue whether we should do it or not. I just want to get the staff to rewrite the ordinance saying that and bring it back to the council for a vote, yes or no. That was what I was asking for.
Councilmember Clower?
Yeah, I agree with Councilmember Friend that I would, if it's the pleasure of the council to get this revisited, I think that we've seen some legislation at the state level that they're starting to regulate this a lot more closely. I'd also like it, if it's today or if it's in January, I'd like to get the chief's perspective on it. And also, I don't know if maybe code enforcement has anything to do with it. But I think there's a lot of people that we need to bring into this conversation and kind of hash it out a little bit more and see if it's something that the council might be interested in. I mean, I'm not in a position right now to say, yippee, let's do it, but I'd like to start the conversation and dig a little deeper here.
Well, any ordinance or amendment would require the 2 readings, so then that's not even, staff has not been given anything to do in the way of an ordinance, so I guess that, you know, when you put something like this, which is a very trending topic all over the state, especially in this area as well, it creates a lot of interest, and so.
Councilmember Gomez?
Here we be.
Yeah, I was actually hoping that, for those that follow San Jose politics, I was hoping that December 8th was the last day I would ever hear about medical marijuana. Tom knows a little bit about it. We've been dealing with the medical marijuana policy in the city of San Jose for years. And a year ago, I think we had 110 dispensaries in the city, something like that. Just Friday, actually, we just approved the 19, I believe it was last summer, that came in of legal dispensaries in the city. And the city worked on it for a very, very long time. I mean, we sat down with the lobbyists, with the special interest groups and law enforcement, and obviously we saw, as Carson mentioned, what's been going on in the state. So I'm in agreement. I think we should definitely look at the policy, at the ordinance again, and because I might be a little selfish here, but because we put so much work into it, I would recommend kind of looking at what the city of San Jose did. They put in a majority of the work for that policy, and I would hate to have staff put in the work if somebody else already did the work for us.
I agree.
So, and it's very similar to what Councilmember Friend said. You know, it's specific areas, doesn't allow it. You know, it's light and medium, I think, industrial zones, and they can only operate during certain hours, and obviously have to keep away from schools and all that stuff. So there's a variety of stuff that goes into it, but and I know it's not perfect, but it's something, at least a starting point for us to have some decent discussions.
Well, I think if I remember right, over the week or over last week, didn't the federal government budget do away with even the enforcement of the medical and marijuana laws in the United States? So
try to stay on this here.
If we don't jump on the bandwagon, somebody else is going to take it.
Councilmember Luna?
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that would staff be writing or revising it for presentation to the city council, because I know there's pending legislation and that should be included.
I brought the article from the League of California Cities. They have a very good seminar that answers all those questions about the law and what we can and can't do.
And what will be included. Yeah,
Well,
that would be my concern.
There are other issues than simply dispensary. There's cultivation, whether you wanted to be able to provide for that. There's production. I understand somebody may be here, or I don't, that wants to do kind of like a candy project and was looking for a operation like one of our businesses here in town is.
The dispensaries in San Jose, 40% of their product is edibles. So yeah, I mean that's a pretty significant. I don't know what it is statewide. I don't know if you guys have that info, but it's a significant portion from what I understand.
So I mean, there's production, that the cultivation. Well, there is a revenue aspect too, but besides the dispensary, and I was speaking with Sean here earlier today. He my eyes glazed over, and not from the product.
wrong term.
But when he started talking about 17 different categories, and that's why I'm glad we had Aaron. I mean, staff would like to do what it is you want to do, but I think we have some resources here that can briefly summarize kind of like some options, so that we don't spend the next 6 months meandering all over the topic of medical cannabis.
And I would agree with Councilmember Gomez's point. Somebody like San Jose put a lot of dollars behind it, or some other cities. Now, I missed my first meeting last time, and now I come back to a discussion about medical marijuana.
That'll teach you to leave
obviously,
town.
yeah, I should never leave town again. But I guess my questions would be around, if we're having this conversation about medical marijuana, aren't we really having a conversation about recreational? Because isn't the law changing? And I'm curious on how this all works. And maybe no, but I'm just going to give you my point from here is I need a lot of information on this, medical, recreational, candies. I don't know about this industry. I want to make sure that if we're discussing something like this, we're really being thorough about it. We're getting input from the community, from law enforcement, from the industry, and understanding where we're going from the state. Because really, the conversation probably revolves around the state. Decisions are going to be made here. They were made, but there's votes coming up, correct? Maybe, maybe not, but we have to plan around all these different factors. So I want a lot of information to be discussing a topic this big, and I think definitely we want a lot of public input conversation. I don't think a lot of the public knew that we're here discussing this today.
So I put my speaker's card in. Am I going to get a chance? I'll try to.
We're going to.
I didn't. All I wanted to do was get the revision written.
Yeah.
I didn't want to make any decisions as to
You're not making
whether we're
any-
going to do it or not.
Where? I mean,
I just want to see the ordinance revisited, so that
Right.
we can
So
take a
let's-
look at that.
Let's take speaker cards.
We have several speakers. Mr. Mayor, the first speaker is Christina Chavez Wyatt.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff, friends, late into the evening. Christina Chavez Wyatt. I'm a resident, microbusiness owner, mom, and a wife of a farmer. And I encourage you to work with a diverse array of community stakeholders to jointly develop and approve one or more ordinances for dispensaries, cultivation, manufacturing of cannabis by March 1st in order to maintain maximum local control. Learning from current activities in Monterey County, King City, Greenfield, Salinas, and the city of San Jose. To again maintain maximum local control, allowing for limited, permitted, highly regulated residential and commercial cultivation of cannabis with the support of proper zoning, licensing, and permitting. On the commercial side, consider the addition of limited dispensaries, manufacturing and delivering of medical marijuana products, and research and cooperation with local educational institutions within the city and export outside of the city, and considering a high level of professionalism from growers, operators, and business owners, with a priority for local businesses with local employees. I'm asking specifically for consideration of the existing state laws, calling to action the call to action on federal levels, and anticipation of impending state laws and activity at the ballot box, specifically in November. Working with groups like our existing growers and manufacturers and leaders in public health, public safety, youth education, and substance abuse prevention. I have personal experience with veterans struggling with post-traumatic stress disorder and victims of traumatic injury and cancer utilizing naturally derived medicine in the form of patches, tinctures, and edibles, enhancing their ability to alleviate pain, regain their appetite, and gain healing sleep that they need to repair and eliminate their reliance on alcohol, morphine derivatives, and dangerous addictive sedatives and pain control narcotics such as Ambien and OxyContin. Those patients are not currently able to grow or process effectively at home and unfortunately have to travel or send a caregiver to San Jose, San Francisco, Santa Cruz, etc. for their medicine. I ask that you consider annual licensing and permitting fees and Prop 218 taxation at a minimum of 5% and as high as 10% on the June 2016 ballot, with a focus on supporting public safety, education, prevention programs such as Sun Street Centers. We haven't been able to compete for state or federal funds in the past, so we do need to maintain our local control and maybe find a way to take maximum advantage to support our community services. And with your continued leadership, we can all work collaboratively to make this work, get it done right, and get our community members the medications they need, as well as to address our existing issues and opportunities, examine and embrace the opportunities for a better future for the city of Hollister. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mike Smith.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. Yeah, my name is Mike Smith. I live in Hollister, and I am a former patient that used medical marijuana. So give me a second here. So I'm appealing to the City Council to revise the existing ordinance for personal medical reasons. In June 2012, I was diagnosed with cancer on the eve of my 53rd birthday. In August, I chose to undergo surgery and subsequent radiation treatment to remove the cancer and kill any remaining microscopic cancer cells from my body. And I'm grateful that regular periodic testing indicates I am now cancer-free. I obtained a medical marijuana card pursuant to Prop 215, the Compassionate Care Act, and was able to purchase medical marijuana from Purple Cross RX operating within the jurisdiction of San Benito County at the time, subsequent to my surgery. I chose medical marijuana with the approval of a physician because it is not habit-forming and is less toxic to the human body than opioid-based pain relievers as an analgesic and sleep aid. At present, there are no dispensaries allowed in either the city of Hollister or San Benito County. And let's see, that actually creates a huge burden on patients who are sick or dying and or their caregivers who are compelled by these current ordinances to obtain the medicine they're entitled to receive under the auspices of Prop 215, and thus they must travel outside of Hollister and San Benito County for relief. On October 9th of this year, Governor Jerry Brown signed 3 new laws that will provide for the regulation and taxation of medical marijuana from seed to sale in California. And on Friday, and I think you'll hear more about this from the experts, the federal government, on a bipartisan move, voted not to support funding for the Department of Justice and the DEA to pursue prosecution of medical marijuana operations in states where medical marijuana is allowed. And that's all I got to say.
Thank
Thanks.
you very much.
David Marquez.
How you doing? Dave Marquez. I'm going to forego some of my medical privacy in favor of this. I don't use recreation marijuana, but I was recently diagnosed with cancer last year, and I'm in a battle for my life. I've had 2 teams from Stanford and UCSF tell me to throw the sink at this. And let me tell you, when they tell you that this could turn your life upside down, you start thinking all in. So I would recommend that for the compassion part of this, you allow people to have medication here locally so that we're not running to Egypt trying to find the sink to throw at this to cure ourselves, because it's not fun. Thank you.
Well, I wish you the best and throw every sink you got.
Keith Snow.
Keith the resident, Hauser. What Kingston sounds good. Pointing guys okay this, right? Oakland, San Jose, Salinas. I know a lot of people that has cancer, diabetes, they have spasms, all kinds of things, right, in the chemist gloves. But when I say no, I'm saying what they can say they no, whatever, what's going to see. We need not to be poured in the paper revenue for programs for kids. And the opening, the kind of stuff is good to events to not around schools. And like I said, school that's heroin, methamphetamine, crank. If you Google it, it says right here in the town, schools and C's. But one thing, people like cancer, like illnesses, right? That we need to take this chemist for medicine, not how a lot of people that do this that I've been learning, do dealings and make profit and all that the wrong way, not the medical way. So the point is, if you can do like the Oregon legal, Colorado legal, Washington legal, look over there in the city manager briefing. You guys see you want to look into it. But look into it, right? And you see more about what they do, how operate. But like what Christine's saying, not 5%, Oak is 20%. Tax. If we could do it in place, sponsor it in place, in 2016 beyond, they're like all the other states. They're legally in counties. So you do it, and it's already happening now. So we need to regulate this. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Sean Donahoe.
Thank you. Hi. Thanks so much. Is it quite... We're all pumpkins here and talking about a different agricultural crop meant for human consumption. So yeah, I'm ostensibly living in Oakland, but I'm on the road all the time. And in the last several months since the passage of the bill, actually, I mean, this is the most momentous thing that's happened in the last 19 years since the passage of the Compassionate Use Act, is we now have these different license types. Yeah, 17 different license types. Previously, absolutely, there was a closed circuit method of commerce for medical cannabis that was recommended by the Attorney General guidelines. That's why all we had were collectives. All we really needed was a single ordinance for a single type of existence. So dispensary, we're beyond dispensaries now. Of course, when the city of San Jose, in consultation with the Santa Clara District Attorney's Office, would develop the particular type of ordinance under the previous mayor, that was a very different legislative environment. Now, because of the way that the city of San Jose required all of those activities, which is really a whole supply chain, that in California we produce some of the highest quality medical cannabis and other cannabis products that are out there. We know how to grow things, we know how to develop brands, and in San Jose, sort of the restrictions that were built into the system to have it all done by a single business entity ultimately haven't proved to be totally workable. They had to put an exemption into the state bill. It's an ugly hack job, I would argue, and it really gave a lot of people digestion problems until last Friday to get their Title VI and their Title 20 and dealing with the necessary code enforcement and fire marshal and the police and trying to get everything done. That's really not the optimal model. I mean, I think if you're going to open up, particularly to certain areas of town where you're not understanding that there's going to be public impacts, because you're removing this to the industrial area up north, for instance, There's a huge number of these types of licenses that will never be visited by the public at large. They're about increasing jobs, increasing assessed valuation, and of course, bringing commerce to the city, and particularly as an ancillary support industry towards agriculture. There's clone nurseries that provide initial starters. There's manufacturing activities that happen from a commercial kitchen, pretty straightforward, to just filling of vaporization cartridges. There's gel caps. The sky's the limit. Obviously, there's 4 states where there's full legalization. The federal government, actually, this all sort of began 2.5 years ago, where the Deputy Attorney General, James Cole, actually exhorted states to provide a robust and well-funded framework at the state and at the local level. So obviously, since the passage of the MRSA bill, now's the time. In 2 years' time, state licenses will be handed out for medical. First, you need an operating permit at the local level. So this is exactly the time to start studying this.
Thank you.
It's not that complicated. I mean,
All
if
right.
you spend 3 years.
Thank you
studying
very
it.
much.
So I'd love to be able to assist anytime.
John Kolodinsky.
Hi, good evening. Thank you all for the opportunity to introduce myself, Jonathan Kolodinsky, and to talk with you about this issue. I'd just like to highlight, as we discuss regulating the industry, that some of the benefits of a well-regulated cannabis industry are a reduction in crime and a reduction in diversion. And we've seen that if you look at the studies that were done in states that have enacted a highly regulated system. Some of the issues that we've seen within the industry in addressing, protecting the children and protecting the youth. We've been, as an industry, really trying to heed to the concerns of our communities, and as these regulations have come out, try to structure them in a way that meets the needs of the entire community as a whole. And as we talked about in the beginning of this meeting, it seems like there's a huge need for stimulating of the economy here locally. And the cannabis industry is one of the fastest and largest growing industries in the world right now. And as Supervisor Friend mentioned, this is an opportunity to jump on the bandwagon and really take advantage of this opportunity we have to generate revenue locally through fees and taxes, as well as creating a huge workforce here in San Benito County, and specifically locally in Hollister. The industry generally pays above minimum wage. Most jobs are trainable, meaning that it doesn't take a highly educated person to make a livable wage in this industry. And all of that trickles down to the community, where people will live, work, and invest their time and energy locally. The new state law requires, as they mentioned, permits issued locally in order for you to apply for your state permit. So as a cannabis business person for over 10 years now, see the real need for legitimacy in the industry, and part of that is going to become from the balance of a local permit to be able to qualify for a statewide permit. And I'd like to give the rest of my time back to Sean, if that's okay, because I know he had a couple more points that he wanted to say.
And in response to later next year, when it's anticipated that adult use full legalization is going to be on the ballot in California, the structure that's been designed by the Medical Marijuana Regulation and Safety Act, the bill package, first off, they're going to be hiring a new chief for the Bureau of Medical Marijuana Relations, housed underneath the Department of Consumer Affairs, and 17 different agencies have been tasked to help regulate this commodity. So in terms of a lot of the operational questions that unfortunately the city of San Jose and a lot of cities had to figure out on their own, that's going to be solved. When the governor signed the bill package, he said implementation begins immediately, and they've already been having, there was a conference call today on trace and trackability requirements. They've talked about transportation stakeholder summits, and they're really, really working to implement this. And everything that's being designed for 2016 for legalization is going to be compatible, the same license types. And if you're authorized by September 1st for medical locally permitted operations, then you are prioritized for adult use operations. So there's the timeline.
Thank you. Do we have any other speakers?
No, sir.
This is a lot of information, and I have a lot of questions. I would recommend more of a study session to answer all those questions, because you're correct. I mean, there's a lot of new rules coming to play, and some of the older models aren't working. So what's going on out there? And the stats on the crime, what's really going on out there. We need the truth, and we need to make sure we can verify the truth. What happens to communities that implement some of these things? Do they see increase in revenues? Is that what we're looking for? Do they see an increase of people moving to town for this? What happens? What's all the dynamics that go with this? It's a lot of information, and I would be careful to trying to create an ordinance without really spending some serious time to understand this clearly and to get a lot of public input on how they feel about it in our community. That being said, as I understand it from you, is states passing something, and we're going to have to live by whatever they're passing eventually. Is that correct? If we don't do something. Now the lawyer can speak. The grand finale. Well,
So-
lawyer.
Thank you. Yeah, the big issue here, I read your two ordinances, and they don't say anything about cultivation. That could be a problem, because if SB 266 were to go forward, AB 266, one of the provisions in there is that by March 1st you have to have your cultivation ordinance done. There's a lot of talk from Wood's office about extending that, and that's likely to happen in January. But as your attorneys, I would recommend that you take this issue up, specifically, if for no other reason, address cultivation in January. Have a backup plan in the event that Wood's bill is not extended as far as that March 1 deadline goes, and take a pragmatic approach to this, so that you don't lose out on the opportunity. And maybe it's not an opportunity, but you don't want the state to come in and tell you whether or not you're going to be cultivating. You want to control that. And so I'm happy to answer any questions in this process, but I represent you, and I'm not up here advocating. So
Okay. Would you, my fellow council members, do you agree a study session, something we should do so we can spend some serious time on this early January, so we have the time to start working towards anything we need to do, or not work towards something? So I think there's a consensus here, Bill, if we can put that on early January for a session. That's all we will talk about. I can see a good not till midnight again, but I'm sure we spend 4 hours on this. All right. Items H, I, J, and K, there's no business.
Second.
Motion and a second. And Merry Christmas, Happy New Year's, and thank you all for sticking with us all night.